Good morning and welcome to Finals Day for the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup here at Circuito Campillos in Andalusia in southern Spain. 18 races yesterday, plenty of action, plenty of talking points, but we come to the final business end of the race weekend. There's been a lot of hard work going on into the off-season and through into the beginning of a new one. So we have 157 drivers that have attended this event, and also well over 20 different nations. We do have one last order of business in terms of qualifying for the pre-finals and the finals here today in Andalusia, as 56 senior Rotax drivers went into battle for 3 respective heats through their allocated groups yesterday. And there is one second chance, one lifeline for 6 drivers that will head into the senior Rotax pre-final, which will take place at around 11:30 this morning. The grids have already been decided for the pre-finals for Mini Max, Junior Max, DD2 and DD2 Masters, but then we will have our full grid of 36 senior Rotax drivers comprised of by the time the lights go out at 11:30 this morning. We will have a total of 11 races, including this one. And what's more, there are prizes on offer for those that hit the podium this afternoon. Our action will take us right the way through to just about 3:10 this afternoon. And then we will be crowning our 2022 Winter Cup champions ahead of the start of the 2022 Rotax Max Euro Trophy season, which will be on the Easter bank holiday weekend this year in April. Well, actually, it's the week after Easter, so it's the 22nd to the 24th of April will be the first round of the championship. Then late May will be round 2. Early July will be round 3, and then middle of September will be the 4th and final round. And a warm welcome to everyone watching on the official Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. And those watching the live timing as well, that is provided courtesy of MW Race Consulting. So looking over yesterday's senior Rotax side of things, for those new to karting that are on the YouTube stream, thank you very much for joining us. The way that it works is that the higher up the grid you are when you cross the line and take the checkered flag, the less points you score. And there was one driver that managed to get to the top of that, David Outleitner from Poland in the 365. Took 3 victories yesterday. Second in that will be Sean Butcher from Great Britain. 2 seconds and a first. And then Kai Hunter, a 4th, a 2nd and a 1st as well. Quite a few names in there. And the top 30 drivers were covered by 46 points. So the drivers here are those that were unable to make it into the top 30. However, as I said, they do have a second chance. It is cloudy overhead. It's 11 degrees Celsius. The track is dry. And the drivers have been out for morning warm-up to prepare themselves for what lies in store. For those wondering, the race times now extend. So from 7 minutes plus an additional lap for both Minimax and Junior Rotax, it now goes to 11 minutes plus a lap. And then all other categories will be 14 minutes plus an additional lap for Senior Rotax, DD2 and DD2 Masters, apart from this second chance heat. So those that do make it through will have had about the best part of well over half an hour's worth of track time, including the racing. So the last set of well wishes from the mechanics as they're asked to clear the dummy grid. handshakes between the drivers, wishing each other good luck. When the visors go down, it's something completely different. So all results that I call out on the live stream are provisional, pending any sporting and technical matters. So we have seen it before where the top 6 that have come across the line are not necessarily the 6 that go through. I have seen a few changes over the years when we come to second chance heats. But this is an opportunity where we've seen it before where drivers have excuse me, gone into the second chance heat. They've got to the front of the back 6 on the grid, and they've managed to push their way forward through the field and get a pretty good result at the end of the weekend. Now we head into our only second chance heat here at the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. It's Senior Rotax. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So based on the points they accumulated, here it is as follows. From pole position, it's going to be the Netherlands Jastrand Jankan in the 369. And will be partnered on the front row with Ricards Vargas from Latvia in the 383, Morris Schmeis and Jose Miguel Sanchez Gonzalez, row 2. Matteo Pianizzola and Alec Verbert, row 3. Joao Diniz and William Christensen, row 4. Completing the top 10 is the sole Georgian representative, as always here in the Euro Trophy. Alexander Arkazava is joined by France's Camille McFarlane, and they complete the top 10. Row 6 is Germany's Nevio Fischer and Finland's Miro Halika. Row number 7, it's Marcel Lepuy from France and Sino Falke from Germany. Mats Johan Overhoff from Germany and Great Britain's Finlay Harrison round out the top 8 rows, with the top 20 completed by the following 4 drivers. Michal Bartosuk from Poland, Hugo Page from France, Joni Mertz from Germany and Finland's Jerko Kalainen. A total of 25 drivers will start, as we will have no Nico Collins Schultz. Obviously, Nicola Guerra will be at the back end of the field in 25th. But it will be Paul Christian Hamburg from Estonia, Portugal's Rodrigo Santos, Estonia's Sim Sepp, Stéphane Lemonou from France, and Nicolas Guerra from Italy. So it is 10 minutes plus an additional lap. So the red lights ignite for the first time for 11 races here today at Karting Campillos. But then we get into the real nitty-gritty at 10:50 this morning with the first of 5 pre-finals. But 6 drivers from this 25-strong grid will go through to the next stage. And for 19 others, their weekend will end after this race. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. The senior Rotax second chance heat is underway, and we are going towards the first corner. Ramjankan holds the lead. Maurice Schmeiz slots in behind into second as they head up the hill for the very first time. And Alexander Abkazava has already moved up to 7th. Joao Diniz has also followed ahead as well. And oh, there has been a little bit of a drama. I think that was Joao Diniz compromised. Zino Falca makes his way through the middle of the pack. As they head down the hill for the first time. Ramjankan leads as they go down the hill, and it's Germany's Maurice Schmeiz in the 302 that is in second position. Beck Vargas from Latvia in 3rd place. 4th, it's Matteo Pianizzola from Italy as they go down the back straightaway towards the final 3 corners on this 1.58 kilometer circuit. Front end snaking under braking for Ramjankan as he holds onto the lead as we're about to complete the very first lap. And it's a kart train of around 6 karts, rounded out by Alexander Abkazava. Alec Verbaert is trying to catch the Belgian with Bouvin Power. He's in 7th, Miro Halika in 8th, Nevio Fischer and William Christensen from Germany and Denmark respectively complete the top 10. Up to the crest of the hill we go again. Down the roller coaster ride, and the battle between 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th is line astern. Down the hill into the hard braking zone. Tight left-hander which sweeps out, and then it's put the power down and accelerates. Maurice Schmeiz looking towards the outside of Yash Ramjankan through the hairpin as Alexander Abkazava sends it absolutely brilliantly up the inside of Matteo Pianizzola from Italy and gets the position. So the Georgian gets past the Italian. And Jose Miguel Sanchez Gonzalez is also just behind. There has been a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines. Unfortunately, that goes to Mats Johan Overhoff from Germany as it's nearly side by side between the 381 of Miro Halika and Nevio Fischer going into the approach into turn number 1. Up the hill once again. Very tight, twisty, technical part of the circuit. Really challenges the drivers, both mentally and physically. Constant lateral sideways momentum does impact on the rib cages. But the adrenaline is flowing through the veins of all these drivers, and all 25 are still running. Battle for the lead is tightening up even more as they head into the left-hand hairpin on the infield. Yash Ramjankan starting to pull away from Maurice Schmeiz, who's still got Beck Vargas behind. Abkazava is absolutely flying at the moment, but Nicolas Guerra down in, who's now in 17th position, is, oh my goodness me. Beck Vargas nearly opened the door for Abkazava, and Beck Vargas looking up the inside of Maurice Schmeiz and has gotten through for 2nd place. Nice switchback. And here comes Abkazava up the inside of Maurice Schmeiz through into turn 1. The Georgian gets through as they start the ascent up the hill. Pianizzola is with them as well. So the battle for 3rd place really heating up. Pianizzola sweeps wide. Oh, a little bit of a clash between Abkazava and Schmeiz. Nearly allows a couple of karts, including Pianizzola, who's coming under severe pressure from Jose Miguel Sanchez Gonzalez. So the Spaniard trying to get through on the Italian, but the gap was not there to make that opportunity stick. And all run wide there for Sanchez Gonzalez. It opens the door for Miro Halika, Nevio Fischer, and now goes through Camille McFarlane from France. Another position is going to be lost because Alex Verberg is looking through there as well, along with William Christensen. The Spaniard is dropping. Down the order, João Diniz from Portugal, right on the back of the 324 as they're all scrabbling for track position through the second to last corner. Three wide at points. 5 minutes 40 still to go. And Fischer still trying to keep Halika honest. So Nevio Fischer doing a great job just keeping it pinned. But Nevio Fischer is on that cusp of trying to get past Miro Halika. And if the German does that, that provisionally puts him in the top 6. Down the hill once again. Ramjankan's lead was nearly half a second after 4 laps. We're on to lap number 5. As the timer hits the halfway mark. 5 minutes down, 5 to go. As up the inside of Nevio Fischer goes Camille McFarlane from France. And Fischer retaliates through on the next right-hander, goes up the inside of the French driver and makes it through. Down the back straight away they go. McFarlane could look for a look up the inside. On this particular occasion, does not chance it. Waits and bides time. But time waits for no driver, especially in a situation like this with a second chance heat. Ramjankan controlling the pace. Nicola Guerra is the fastest driver out there. The best lap so far, a 1 minute 3.283. Nicola Guerra has ended up at the back end of the field, which is a real shame for the Italian. He's had a bit of a drama. He's up about halfway through the field and has dropped right down like a stone, I'm afraid. 4 minutes 10 plus an additional lap still remaining. But the battle's still waging on. Pianizola looking at Miro Halika just behind. And the 3:05 of Camille McFarlane has gotten away a little bit from Nevio Fischer, I believe. As the top 6 rounded out now by Matteo Pianizola from Italy. The top 6 covered by just over 1 3/4 seconds as we head into the last 3 minutes and 25 plus an additional lap. Up the hill once again they go. Beck Vargas has not really been able to make an indent into Yash Ramjankan's lead. The Dutch driver from Dams Racing consistently in the 1:03.9 second bracket for the last 2 laps. William Christensen looks to be on the move as well. The Dane up to 8th position. There's Nevio Fischer behind the Dane in 9th place. Finley Harrison running in the 3:49 from KR Sport. Brit trying to move up the order and started in 16th position. He's currently in 10th. The top 3 now starting to break away. So the top 6 were very close together. The top 3 are now within half a second of one another as we go into the last 2 minutes and 20. Maurice Schmeis looking to try, well, has been passed by Miro Halika in the meantime. So the Finn ahead of the German, 4th and 5th respectively. Pianizola is still holding on to 6th. And is in effectively the drop zone where one wrong move could throw your chances away. But if one driver decides to make the opportunity present itself, as Alexander Abkazava up the inside after biding time, the Georgian gets past Latvia's Rikārds Vekvargas for 2nd place with just over 1 minute and 40 left on the clock. We have had a change in the meantime for 6th position. Camille McFarlane has got past Matteo Pianizola for that all-important 6th position. And the Italian is now over 4/10 of a second adrift from the 3:05, who currently now rounds out the top 6. Head into the last 60 seconds of the race itself, plus an additional lap. Yashram Jankan is starting to pull away from the rest of the field. Alexander Abkazava was quicker than Yashram Jankan, not on the lap just gone, but the one before, as Nevio Fischer gets up the inside of Matteo Pianizzola. Pianizzola, assisted by Iron Lynx, one of the teams that runs in the World Endurance Championship these days. We're heading to the last 30 seconds, so we're going to now go on to our 10th and penultimate lap of the race itself. Richard Svekvarga says, oh, Camille McFarlane up the inside. Oh, no! Exit stage left all of a sudden. That was Miro Halika that went completely wide going into the approach onto turn number 1, and the Finn went off track. So Miro Halika, I think, has just had, on the penultimate lap of the race, a massive drama. There has been a change for second in the meantime because Vegvargas has got past Alexander Abkazava. A couple of other drivers, unfortunately, falling a bit down by the wayside. As all, Vegvargas goes wide, coming out of the hairpin on the infield, and Abkazava pounce. And here comes Camille McFarlane in the 305. And McFarlane sweeps to the outside through the second to last corner. Top, second, third and fourth now line astern as Yashram Jankan is clear and going away into the distance. The lead now 1.736 seconds. It's going to be close between second, third and fourth. McFarlane has done a very consistent job of just picking off drivers one by one. Abkazava and Vegvargas are squabbling, and now that means that McFarlane has an opportunity to get up into the top 3. Maurice Schmeis is not too far adrift of this three-way scrap, as Miro Halika, I've just seen, has dropped down to 10th position. So a real shame for the Finn, who was looking good in the top 6, and Matteo Pianizzola has been given a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card because the Italian now is in that well-needed 6th position to make it through. Down the back straightaway go the leaders for the final time. 3 corners to go. Make that 2 as the Netherlands' Yashram Jankan now starts to power out of the final corner. The 3.69 from Dams Racing wins the senior Rotax second chance heat. Alexander Abkazava takes second. Richard Vegvargas from Latvia in third. What a drive from Camille McFarlane. Started 10th, ended up 4th. Maurice Schmeis, who started in P3, rounds out the top 5. And Matteo Pianizzola manages to make it into that all-important 6th position at the checkered flag. 7th was Nevio Fischer, ahead of Great Britain's Finley Harrison. Belgium's Alec Verbaert and Finland's Miro Halika round out the top 10. William Christensen, Mats Johan Overhoff, Jose Miguel Sanchez Gonzalez, Zino Falca and Hugo Page round out the top 15 positions. Jere Kokalainen in 16th, ahead of Paul Christian Hamburg. Mats Johan Overhoff, Marceau Lequi, Nicolas Guerra rounding out the top 20 and rounding out the 25 strong. It's Stéphane Lemonou from France, Rodrigo Santos from Portugal, Jonny Mertz, Joao Diniz and Sim Sepp. Well, we do have a little bit of an interval before the first of the pre-finals. 5 this morning before we go into the lunch break. And then this afternoon, we will have our 5 finals. And one of the things about the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup is the fact that the winner of the final is the winner of the event. It doesn't matter how many points you accumulate over the course of the heats, of course of the pre-final or the final. According to the sporting regulations, it is the person that takes the checkered flag first. As they say, to finish first you must finish. Also, just a bit of a refresher for those wondering about what are the prizes in store here at the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. Well, for the respective, we'll go class by class, shall we? Just elongate it a little bit, but not too much. For Minimax, Minimax joins the Euro Trophy calendar this season, and it will be a 3-round championship starting at Karting Genk between the 22nd and the 24th of April this year. Our second round of the championship will be the 27th to the 29th of May, and then their final round will be the 8th to the 10th of July at Karting d'Espagne in Marienburg. So for the winner of the Minimax class would get an automatic entry to all 3 races for this season. The runner-up will head to the place where legends are born, the Le Mans Karting International Circuit in Pays de la Loire, just in the middle of Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans itself. And that event will take place between the 26th and the 30th of July. So there'll be a free entry for the runner-up. And then third on the podium will get 1 free race entry to a round of this year's Euro Trophy calendar. And for the top step of the podium in juniors, seniors, DD2 and DD2 Masters, the winner of each of those classes will be given a season entry to all 4 rounds of the championship. The final round will take place at the Pro-Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf between the 16th and the 18th of September. And for the runners-up in each of those classes, there will be a free entry again to the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy. And for third place on the rostrum for juniors, seniors and DD2, there'll be, I think it's a couple of weekend entries for this year's Rotax Max Euro Trophy. The Euro Trophy now into its 5th season. My 5th season with this championship as well. It's a privilege to be back in this commentary position once again, and it's great to be able to start the 2022 season with a normal start to the year in terms of time frame. The last 2 years have been very, very challenging for not just our championship, but for championships across the globe, all the way through up the ladder in motorsport in general. And we've had to work around restrictions, but it's really good to see so many faces that I've seen, not just from the UK come over, you know, some drivers making their first ever trip overseas and competing at a circuit like this, the largest in southern Spain. It was a real pleasure to come back here 2 years ago when we did the 2020 Winter Cup. And I'm really looking forward to what we've got in store. You know, we've got 10 races to come. And I think a lot of people love being at a racetrack. And the funny thing is that you realize that when you're about to board that plane home, you're going to feel a little bit, how can I say, a little bit emotional, saying like, oh, it was over so quickly. But that's what happens in racing. Time flies by when you're having fun. And the good thing is, it's really good to see the amount of drivers that I've got to know over the past few years back again. Some have moved teams, some have moved categories. They've gone up a class, and some jumping into Europe for the very first time. It's a really, really good opportunity for some of the young drivers, including in the mini class, that have decided, well, let's give the Winter Cup a try. And pretty much everyone that I've talked to that has come over to this circuit for the very first time, they've really, really enjoyed the circuit itself, the challenges of the track. They go, well, I'm just grinning when I get off the circuit. Also, with regards to the Euro Trophy this season, we will be running 5 Rotax powered, well, we'll be running 5 Rotax Max Evo classes. So we'll have Mini, which will be joining us for the first 3 rounds. We'll also have the traditional Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters championships. There will be Grand Finals tickets up for grabs as well. But also Project E20, the all-electric kart from BRP Rotax, will rejoin us, and will now, rather than have one single class, it will go into 2 classes. Having spoken to Steve Chapman, and I know that Daryl Smith, his brother-in-arms in terms of development and testing, and also helping with Project E20, having a great debut in the Grand Finals at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit in Sakir late last December, that there's going to be an opportunity for drivers to win Grand Finals tickets. And this year, once again, we will head back to the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimao, in Portugal, between the 19th and the 26th of November. And we'll have the traditional tickets being handed out for Junior, Senior, DD2, DD2 Masters. We'll also be providing a ticket for Minis, if memory serves me correctly, and then the champion and vice champion in Project T20 in both Junior and Senior will also head to the Grand Finals, and they'll be running on the Project T20, which is now going into its 3rd season of competition. It's also running with the German the DEKM, the Deutsche Elektrokart-Meisterschaft, the German Electric Kart Championship. And really good to understand how Rotax is pushing forward with this all-electric initiative, and it's really given people an opportunity to experience it. David Outlechner, 3rd in Project C20 at the Grand Finals late last December. And really, the good thing is that we're really looking forward to having 4 great race weekends this season, giving people the opportunity to go to the Grand Finals this year in Portimao. I mean, I've been to 2 myself. The first one was in Sarno, and I was completely bowled over with the experience. But in Bahrain, it just went up another level. It was a different experience altogether, but I was still awestruck. And a lot of people, including those that through multiple different championships, be it national, European, or international qualifying events for the Grand Finals, once you see that big awning, it's pretty good. And for those wondering now, you can see that we have our Minimax drivers going onto the pre-grid. And we have 24 drivers from 11 different nationalities that will be going into battle in around about 15 minutes time. It's funny how time flies. But the great thing that we've seen with even drivers in the Minimax class, they provided us with some fantastic close racing. Especially yesterday, we had some great racing from the likes of Albert Friend, Boaz Maximov, Nicolas Garcia-Diaz, Rory Armstrong, Max Cuthbert, Jeremy Roivers, amongst others. Good to see Nikita Zhubimov from Estonia, last year's Grand Finals Micromax champion, going into Minis, and managing to get into the top 10 in terms of the intermediate classification, the ranking after heats, after the 3 races yesterday. And good to see that some drivers have also found out how they've been getting on over the course of this week and moving forward. So in just under 15 minutes time, we're going to get things truly underway with finals day here at Karting Campillos in Andalusia in southern Spain, as Minimax will start off the pre-final stages of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. Right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. First pre-final of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup here at Circuito Karting Campillos. Let's give you the grid for the pre-final for Minimax. After yesterday, clean sweep of the board for Albert Friend, 3 from 3, and he starts from pole position. Alongside him will be the Netherlands' very own Boaz Maximov, Nicolas Garcia Diaz from Spain, and Rory Armstrong from Great Britain will be alongside on row 2. Max Cuthbert, also representing the United Kingdom, will be alongside Jeremy Roivers from Spain on row number 3. Jagrat de Troya from India and Hungary's Marcel Zebo round out the top 4 rows and completing the top 10. It's Estonia's Nikita Zhubimov and Spain's Ivan Gonzalez Elul. Then we have Tom Strele and Ryan Bourguignon from Latvia and France, Latvia and Morocco, my apologies there, respectively. Nikita Nikishov and Felipe Reyes ran out the top 7 rows ahead of Kasper Nissen, Jaden Sherwood, Jensen Schork and Christian Stefanov, with Hugo Fuentes Luque and Bruno Greli rounding out the top 20. There's a pair of Latvians on row number 11 with Adrian Stions and Alex Menezes, followed by Enzo Riccio and Marius Karasiaukas from Lithuania, rounding out the 24 strong. This time it goes from 7 minutes to 11 minutes plus a lap. That would be for both the pre-final and the final. So as the sunshine starts beaming down on the circuit once again, a little bit earlier than we had yesterday, but good control from both Albert Friend and Boaz Maximov. They want to make sure there's an opportunity to have a clean start first time round. So the field slows to a crawl into the side-by-side dual line formation for the rolling start. So out of the final corner, they go into the tram lines, the revs rise, the lights are out, we're off and away and racing. And the inside, well, the right-hand side of the circuit always seems to help those on the inside row get going, and Boaz Maximov looks to be down into 4th position, but Albert Friend has started as he should do from pole position. 2nd is Nicolas Garcia Diaz. 3rd, it's Max Cuthbert. Boaz Maximov and Jagrat de Troya round out the top 5 positions, followed by Rory Armstrong. Nikita Zhubimov has moved up to 7th position ahead of Spain's Jeremy Roivers as they go down the hill for the first time onto the straights on the middle part of the circuit. And Albert Friend looking a lot more over his shoulders in the early goings. Bit of a longer race, so strategy is going to be crucial. And the whole field have made it through on lap number 1. Down to the second from last corner, the 2 leaders, actually line astern. These drivers making positional gains a little bit outside of the top 15 as we come across the line to complete lap number 1. As Jeremy Roivers goes defensive on the 178 of Hungary's Marcel Zebo as they go up the hill. They're quickly followed by Ryan Bourguignon from Morocco, being mechanic this weekend by Matthew Higgins. The sharp end of the field, Albert Friend still leading and has got Garcia Diaz along for the ride. They're starting to try and pull away from those following, and Boaz Maximov has got past Max Cuthbert as the Dutch driver now up into 3rd position. Down the mid straightaway they go again. Rory Armstrong keeping his head down, trying to look to get past Latvia's Toms Strele. And that's the battle for 6th position on the road. And Armstrong makes that a county down. Gets the perfect amount of slipstream there. Looks to the inside, goes through. And just wondering if Nikita Nikishov might have gone through as well, but Albert Friend still controlling proceedings as we're 2.25 minutes in. Strela has got Nikishov up the inside, going through into turn one. Nikishov has made it through on the Latvian. Just behind them, they've got Nikita Zhubimov from Estonia. He now looks up the inside. Nice move there from the 112 and blocks off the path very neatly indeed. Down the hill they go once again, top three. You can't really separate them. Strela in the wheel tracks of Zhubimov at the moment as things stand, and now looks to pull side by side with the Estonian, can't get through. This time looks up the inside through into the left-hand hairpin, makes the move through. Zhubimov goes towards the outside. Oh, that was close. Zhubimov nearly parks it around the outside of Strela there whilst battling for position, and Tom Strela is like saying, look, let's just catch up with everybody, come on. Let's stop fighting, let's go after them, and then we'll fight. Then we'll have a battle out on track. But now, the train at the front of the field is starting to expand in terms of numbers, that is. And Albert Friend having a slender lead. It's been no more than 0.2 of a second between the Brits and Nicolas Garcia Diaz. Boris Maximov had a quick chat with the young Dutchman this morning. He said he really enjoyed the racing, very close. It's what you like as a racer, having good close battles, and that's what we're getting here. So some great racing from the Mini-Max contingent we've got here at Circuito Karting Campillos. Albert Friend controlling proceedings. So the results, the confirmed results from the pre-final in every single class will then set the grid for the finals. Albert Friend pulling ever so slightly away from Nicolas Garcia Diaz. Into the braking zone they go for the sweeping right-hand hairpin, far part of the circuit. Now into this lovely flowing chicane, double an S-bend, onto the main straightaway. Albert Friend's lead still is at 1 3/4 tenths of a second. So 0.175 separates the two, but Garcia Diaz was looking very, very close indeed. There's the Troya being close to them by Rory Armstrong. Down the hill once again they go. Unfortunately, it's going to be a difficult afternoon for Christian Stefanov, who I've just noticed is unfortunately retired on the second lap of the race itself. We're currently on lap number 5. Some great skirmishes, some great battling happening towards the back of the order, one of which is being led by Bruno Greling, who's got Enzo Riccio, Marius Garciaucas and Alex Menezes alongside for good company, so a quartet squabbling over what is 18th position. Albert Friend starting another lap. That is going to be lap number 6. And extends the gap by 0.75 of a second to 0.244 over Nicolas Garcia Diaz. Boris Maximov still in the hunt. Max Cuthbert in 4th. Jagrat de Troya from India in 5th. Rory Armstrong in 6th. Nikita Nikishov, Tom Strela, Nikita Zhubimov and Jeremy Roivers round out the top 10 positions. So 23 of the 24 karts here in the Mini-Max class still running in the pre-final with 4 3/4 minutes still remaining. Albert Friend is putting on a bit of a masterclass here. He did that yesterday with 3 successive race victories, giving him he qualified 5th, but when you take a victory you have 0 points to your score, and that's the best you can have in karting. Great dice between 4th, 5th and 6th as Armstrong sends it. Oh, little bit of a touch, side to side impact between the 102 of Jagrat Troya and Nikita Nikishov going through turn 1. Armstrong literally had the welcoming committee open the doors for him right there. 166 from Northern Ireland got through. So wasn't a very well chap. I had a chat with his mum and dad, and good to see that he was still willing to go out there and go racing. That just goes to show the love for this sport these kids have. Absolutely admire them for doing it. As we have a look at Boaz Maximov now ahead of Nicolas Garcia Diaz in the battle for what is second position. Albert Friend, is he starting to pull away a little bit more? His gap last time was just over 0.34 of a second. Let's have a look at it now, 0.36. So by 18 thousandths of a second, Albert Friend has extended the gap. Garcia Diaz trying to keep close to Maximov, who in turn is closing in on Albert Friend. And that's mainly in the braking zones, but it's just when he puts the accelerator pedal down, Albert Friend manages to get a considerable lead as they go down the hill. Garcia Diaz could lunge at any given moment of time around this circuit. And hairpin is the next one coming up, where Garcia Diaz could look to do that move. The driver from Mono Competición decides otherwise and waits. It's about being in the right place at the right time towards the latter part of this race. If you're into the last 60 seconds and you know that you've got an opportunity to put a move up the inside or maybe even round the outside of somebody else, then you might decide to constructively take that risk and hopefully get that reward. Down the main straightaway once again, we're on to lap number 9 of the race. And Albert Friend leads by just over 0.4 of a second. Boaz Maximov, Nicolas Garcia Diaz round out the top 3. They are covered by just over half a second. Max Cuthbert about a second away from this battle, and is followed a further 1.5 seconds back by Rory Armstrong. Nikita Nikishov is trying to close on the 166 and is about 0.2 adrift. With De Troya, Zhubimov and Strela still seem to be battling away over 8th position, with the Estonian now leading that battle. Marcel Zibo rounds out the top 10 behind Zhubimov and Strela. And Nikishov rounds out the top 6. Felipe Reis from the Netherlands up to 19th position now, ahead of Lithuania's Marius Garciaukas. As we're into the last 60 seconds. Albert Friend down to the final corner once again. Goes on to, we're on to double digits now at this time. Lap 10 now starting. So it's going to be the penultimate lap for these drivers, as Garcia Diaz is trying everything in the playbook to get past Boaz Maximov. And he's within half a kart length of the Dutch driver. He's running with Boovin Power. So they go down the hill once again. Time will very soon expire, probably by the time they get to the apex of the hairpin or just after, as Albert Friend will start negotiating said hairpin. Before they hit the back straightaway, the timer hits 0 for the Minimax pre-final. One more lap remains after this. And Albert Friend has started pulling away a little bit further into the distance, despite the best efforts of the two behind, Boaz Maximov and Nicolas Garcia Diaz, to try and close in on the 191 from the United Kingdom. So final lap board is out. 8.74 of a second is the lead for Albert Friend. He's now starting to check out. And Maximov and Garcia Diaz are powerless to do anything about it. And they're now going to have their own inter-driver squabble. Rory Armstrong, in the meantime, has got past Nikita Nikishov to 5th place. Is down the hill for the final time. Albert Friend has started off in the same fashion as he finished yesterday, with the 3rd successive heat victory. He's looking pretty good for later on this afternoon for the final, which takes place at 1:15 local time. So the leaders make their way onto the back straightaway for the 11th and final time. And Albert Friend is doing exactly what he needs to do. Garcia Diaz sweeps wide into the second from last corner to try and close in on Boris Maximov. But it's not going to be enough, it looks like, as Albert Friend powers out of the final corner and he wins the pre-final, commanding proceedings from lights out to checkered flag. And between Boris Maximov and Nicolas Garcia Diaz, it was 89 thousandths that separated those two drivers that were in second and third at the checkered flag. Good showing for the Brits in the top 6 overall, with Max Cuthbert rounding out 4th place, Nikita Nikishov from Spain completing the top 5, and Rory Armstrong finishing in 6th position. India's Jagrat Troya rounds out the top 7 ahead of Tom Strele from Latvia, Nikita Zhubimov from Estonia, with Hungary's Marcel Zibol rounding out the top 10 positions. Kasper Nissen from Denmark in 11th ahead of Ivan Gonzalez-Elul. Jeremy Roivers ending up 13th ahead of Ryan Bourguignon. Jaden Sherwood completes the top 15 ahead of Jensen Chalk, with Felipe Reyes, Bruno Grayling, Marius Kausiaukas, Hugo Fuentes Luque, Enzo Riccio. Then we've got Adrian Stions and Alex Menezes rounding out the 23 that finished the race, with Christian Stefanov unfortunately retiring on lap number 2. Next up is the Junior Rotax Pre-Final. The drivers making their way out of the dummy grid as the sunshine continues to bathe the circuit with radiant warmth. Let's have a look at the starting grid for the pre-final. So it's an all-British front row as Scott Marsh in the 222 will have Ethan Jeff Hall in the 297 alongside. Vic Stevens from Belgium will start third in the 269 alongside Hungary's Aaron Krepsik in the 230. And it's Enzo Bol from the Netherlands in the 204 that rounds out the top five and is joined by Germany's Austin Lee in the 272. Kasper Schulmans in the 240 starts seventh alongside Great Britain's Vinnie Phillips in the 287. The 251 of Croatia's Leon Zelenko and the 255 of Denmark's Mikkel Pedersen complete the top 10. Tom Bracken in the 218 from Belgium. And then it's Gustav Zusakovs from Great Britain in the 289. Boluet from Belgium in the 224. The 262 of Colin Ważny from Poland and also the 208 from Morgan Knudsen from Poland round out the top 15. Rounding out the grid, it's Switzerland's Tino Sidler, Germany's Maximilian Schreier. Karel Stout from Switzerland starts 18th ahead of Oliver Sander from Great Britain. And Tommy van der Stroys from the Netherlands. Alexander Hododinsky from Poland starts alongside Ismael Fuentes Luque from Spain. Lithuania's Maxim Sechurko, Leandro Fischer from Germany, Thomas Ingram Hill from Great Britain, Timothy Vladimirov from the Ukraine, Hungary's Patrik Sukovics, then we've got Erharun from Spain, Alexander Klugel from Germany, Thomas Rudokas from Lithuania, and good to see Moose Huben after that incident. He went for a morning warm-up and he's back in the kart. And also, before I forget, happy birthday to his dad. Many congratulations, Nico Huben, who's here as well. So good to see Mies Huben back in the kart. 31 drivers, 11 minutes, plus an additional lap. The sunshine has graced us with its warm presence, and it's going to provide some great air temperature, but also provides a bit more heat and adhesion on the circuit. So the drivers now getting into formation. 15 and a half rows, 31 drivers, 11 minutes plus an additional lap to decide our final this afternoon. Right then, into the tram lines, revs rise, are we ready? We are lights out and racing. And the drivers swarm instantly to the right-hand side to get the best purchase going into turn one for the first time. And Scott Marsh leads the way. And it's 3-4 abreast right towards the back part of the field. Oh, we've had a tangle and a turnaround. Multiple drivers involved. One driver pointing 180 degrees the wrong way and trying to get the kart started and is trying to get out of the kart and move it on to the tarmac. And that is the 233. Leandro Fischer from Germany now gets back underway as the rest of the field continues at full pelt down the hill. And now a little bit further along, great battle happening between Mikkel Pedersen and Ethan Jeff Hall. That is for fourth position on the road as things stand. A little bit further back, I see a bit of a tussle. Oh, Karel Stout around the outside through the double right-hander going onto the back straightaway. It's three abreast. He's having to relinquish the position, switches to the inside. Some great battling from the juniors. But look at the battle at the front of the field. Scott Marsh, Aaron Krepsik and Vic Stevens going toe-to-toe. Instantly on the defensive goes Scott Marsh. He won the Micromax Winter Cup title 2 years ago at this very circuit. He took a victory yesterday and he took 2 seconds. That put him at the top of the intermediate classification. Despite Ethan Jeff Hall getting 2 wins and a fourth, as Vic Stevens trying to wrestle with the front end of the kart, trying to get past Aaron Krepsik at the same time. Jeff Hall is not too far behind. Mikkel Pedersen, Vinnie Phillips, Leon Zelenko, Austin Lee, Kasper Schulmans and Colin Ważny round out the top 10. Then it's Usakos, Bracken, Bol, Van der Stroys and Stout rounding out the top 15. And what on earth was that? Aaron Krepsik trying to get round the outside. He got through on Scott Marsh, and Scott Marsh has dropped to second. Dropped to third, courtesy of Ethan Jeff Hall. And Ethan Jeff Hall is saying to Aaron Krepsik, come on, just go. Just push. And now Jeff Hall gets through. Oh, Scott Marsh trying to get through there as well. Didn't make it through, and he's now in fourth behind Vic Stevens. It's all kicking off, and Leon Zelenko's not too far behind. Austin Lee is in there. Mikkel Pedersen is in there. Kasper Schormans is in there. Colin Vajny, Benny Phillips. The train is extended as they surge their way up the hill. And oh, we've had someone go off at the top. Someone go off, and that is the 251. There's Croatia's Leon Zelenko. The cart stepped out wide whilst they were battling for position. And unfortunately, Leon Zelenko was the one that got the short end of the stick, I'm afraid. 8 minutes and 20, plus an additional lap still to go. Ethan Jeff Hall-Lees, Aaron Krepsik, Scott Marsh, Austin Lee from Germany now up into fourth position, and he's ahead of Mikkel Pedersen and Kasper Schormans. Already the first 180 seconds have been pretty explosive. Wait for the next just under 8 minutes as they are swarming for positions. And I've just seen, as that Vinnie Phillips that has absolutely sprung, Vinnie Phillips did an absolute switchback masterclass through two respective corners. Went one way, then the other. Scott Marsh, oh! 2 wheels on the dust for the 222. Scott Marsh having a bit of a nightmare out there. And he was pushed a little bit wide, but he started fighting back. He's now behind Colin Vajny. He's got Mikkel Pedersen just up ahead, the 255 from Denmark, as they go down the hill once again. It's now about a little bit of damage limitation for Scott Marsh. He's got to start climbing the order. He's got 7 minutes and 10 plus an additional lap to do that. He can do that strategically. He's got Enzo Bol behind, then the 254. That's Tommy van der Stroys, who has been on a charge. An engine shut down in qualifying. But Tommy van der Stroys, who I first came into contact with at the B&L karting series a couple of years ago as a Micromax driver. And now he's into his second year as a junior. He's absolutely been flying. He is fired up, is van der Stroys. And he's got Enzo Bol just up ahead, his teammate at SP Motorsport, who's in 10th position. A little bit of switching around for places. Kasper Schormans versus Vinnie Phillips. And that is for 5th on the road. And Vinnie Phillips trying to switch one way. Front bumper gets a little bit of a catch with the left rear tyre. 240 from the Netherlands. And unfortunately, Leandro Fischer is now out of the race, I'm afraid. So the German will have to start from the back of the grid for the final a little bit later on this afternoon. But outside of the top 10, I am seeing significant battles. Drivers are pushing like crazy, even at the back end of the field. They are not giving up. It is too wide through the second to last corner, a bit further behind, probably around about 17th or 18th position as the drivers hurtle their way across the start-finish line. There's Vinnie Phillips trying to close on in. Scott Marsh trying to get through on Mikkel Pedersen and has made the move and has got past the 255. Pace he showed in qualifying, no one could really touch the youngster from Cornwall. He's got Vinnie Phillips as the next target. He's got Mikkel Pedersen behind. Enzo Bol is there. And we've got the 262. That's Colin Vajny. Tommy van der Stroys is in the background. Vajny going up the inside of Pedersen. And Enzo Bol had already gone through. Oh, Pedersen's round! Pedersen is round on the back straightaway. Whoa. And he's just started getting going again. Oh, that's how close it can be. You can be too wide coming out of that double right onto the back straightaway. And it's 3 abreast coming out of the final corner. As the battle still goes on between Kasper Schormans and Vinnie Phillips, and Scott Marsh has been closing in on the pair of them, hand over fist. And he's within about a couple of kart lengths of Vinnie Phillips as they go down the hill. Seeing some great drives at the moment. It's a bit of a recovery order for Tom Bracken. He's now down in 16th. Karel Stout from 18th now up into 11th and climbing. Vinnie Phillips and now Scott Marsh both get past Kasper Schurmans. Now they're going to start chasing down Austin Lee, who's still holding station in 4th place. As Ethan Jeff Hall continues to lead with just over 3 minutes and 30, plus an additional lap still to go in the race. We're on to lap number 8. And Scott Marsh has put in the fastest lap of anybody, 1 minute 4.110. Has he increased the pace this time? Not quite. Well, he was close. And he's got Vinnie Phillips trying to look up his inside going through turn 1 as they go up the hill. And Phillips now takes the position from the 222. They're going to go through the crest, and there's Enzo Boll right on the backside, the back bumper of Scott Marsh. Colin Vajny and Karel Stout's gotten into the top 10. He's got past Tommy van der Struijs. Stout picked up a P3 yesterday. Marsh back up the inside of Phillips. Enzo Boll looking to the inside run, maybe to try and get a little bit of a switchback opportunity, but he's got Kasper Schurmans behind. So Enzo Boll has got that €64,000 question to answer. Do I attack or do I defend? And it's a 50-50 with that. Vinnie Phillips trying to get through past Scott Marsh, who looks to his inside, pulls to the right. Phillips right in his wheel tracks. Into turn 1 the pair go, and a bump over the curb by the right rear wheel of Scott Marsh. Launches it just a couple of inches off the air, up into the air as Colin Vajny up the inside of Kasper Schurmans. Here comes Karel Stout as well. And this is going to be a battle royale. This is for 5th place. That is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. And Ethan Jeff Hall is pulling away. Austin Lee has got some clear air to himself. He's holding station in 4th place as we speak. But with just over 90 to go as... Oh, what on earth was going on there? I think between Kasper Schurmans and Karel Stout, it compromised the pair of them, and now they've lost out. And I think that's the resurging Leon Zelenko that has got past the pair of them accordingly. And Stout now fires it back up the inside of Schurmans and closes the door out. And then all of a sudden, the 224, that's Boluet. And Stout is getting rather controlled aggression out because he was trying to keep the door shut. And oh, he's had a tangle. Oh my goodness, he went on the brakes and then all of a sudden the front right bumper caught the back rear of Schurmans, and now it's opened the floodgates. Everyone's trying to get through and there's not enough room or tarmac thereof to get that job done. And Enzo Boll trying to close in on Vinnie Phillips and has got Colin Vajny right behind as we head into the last 30 seconds. Leon Zelenko has made up a few positions after the dramas earlier on. And behind him, it's a minefield out there. There's pins being pulled on grenades. They're being thrown in multiple different directions. And Kasper Schurmans is being hunted down by Tommy van der Struijs. And Tom Bracken is a couple of positions behind. And they're still arguing like children. Oh my goodness, well they are children, but they're arguing like children for swings on a playground, and there's only a couple left, and Tom Bracken nearly sent it up the inside of his teammate in the 254. But the timer has now hit 0 around about half a minute ago. So after this we'll have one more lap. The dust hasn't settled quite yet. And right behind Tom Bracken is in 2:35. That's Lithuania's Maxim Suchurko. So the Lithuanian, oh, someone's going very sideways under braking it where the back end stepped out to the left. And that was towards probably the lower part of the top 15, but it's still all for themselves. Final lap board is out. And Ethan Jeff Hall has got a commanding lead of 1.1 seconds over Adam Krepsik. Colin Vajny trying to get past Vinnie Phillips and has got Enzo Bol in tow. And that's in the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. Leon Zelenko is about 9/10 of a second adrift of this battle. But the leaders now making their way down the straightaway on the mid part of the circuit. Ethan Jeff Hall has the double right and then onto the back straightaway will go the youngster from Lancaster. There will be 3 more corners to go. Phillips, Vajny and Bol still embroiled in that battle for P6. As Ethan Jeff Hall now makes his way out of the final corner and in Junior Rotax pre-final, Ethan Jeff Hall takes a commanding victory whilst it all kicked off behind, and he wins by 1.659 seconds ahead of Hungary's Adam Krepsik. Vic Stevens from Belgium completes the top 3 as the Junior Rotax drivers hurtle their way over the start-finish line to take the checkered flag. Austin Lee rounds out the top 5 as Scott Marsh finishes in 4th position. Vinnie Phillips held on to 6th ahead of Enzo Bol and Colin Vajny, with Enzo Bol taking 7th position by 56 thousandths. Leon Zelenko and Boluet rounded out the top 10 ahead of Kasper Schomans, Tom Braken, Maxim Sechurko, Tommy van der Stroys, Gustav Zusakovs, Maximilian Schreier, Alexander Horodinsky, Ismail Fuentes-Luque. Karel Stout ended up in 19th position ahead of Mies Huben. Great drive from the young Dutchman to start 31st and finish in the top 20 after the incident yesterday. So the 288 from the Netherlands rounding out the top 20 itself. Oliver Sander and Thomas Ingram Hill from the UK rounded out the top 22 ahead of Patrick Lipovics from Hungary. And we got Alexander Klugel, Er Harun, Thomas Rudokas, Tino Sidler, Mikkel Pedersen finished in 28th after that drama on the back straightaway a few laps ago. Morgan Knudsen from Poland and Timothy Vladimirov from the Ukraine being the last of the 30 drivers that took the checkered flag, with Leandro Fischer unfortunately retiring on lap 3. We now hit the halfway point of the pre-final stages of this year's 2022 Winter Cup here at Karting Campillos. It is Senior Rotax. Now we have our 36 drivers out of 56 that joined us at the beginning of this week to compete. Let's have a look at your starting grid for the Senior Rotax pre-final. Following on from the intermediate classification, it was a perfect day in the office for Poland's David Altlechner. He's joined by the runner-up of this event 2 years ago, Sean Butcher from Great Britain. Kai Hunter and Zsombor Kovac are on row 2, then it's an all-British row number 3. Connor Jupp joined by Callum Bradshaw. Kai Hilletz and Daniel Armstrong will start on row 4, with Thomas Fleming and Farin Mega completing the top 10. Row 6, it is Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez and Archie Walker. Janis Diak and Jules Roussel from Germany and France round at row 7, with Elia Papasena from Italy, Germany's Linus Henson, the Netherlands' Jaden Thien, Mario Sidler from Switzerland, Edward Matthews from Great Britain, and Finland's Miska Kaskinen completing the top 20. Then it's Anthony Vilou, Vilgot Edquist, Jere Vaielo Luque, Kieran Kay, Eloy Gonzalez Moreno, Mika Barthelemy, Simon Gaspar, Mario Novak, Sam Bergstein, Devian Rost, Yashram Jankan, Alexander Abkazava, Ricard Zvek Vargas, and then we've got Camille McFarlane, Maurice Schmeiz and Matteo Pianisola. And I've seen that Simon Gaspard might not have gotten through, might not have been able to cross the timing beam. So we up the ante. We go from 10 minutes plus a lap to 14 minutes plus a lap. There are 36 adrenaline-fueled, highly motivated senior Rotax drivers ready to go into battle. 6 of these drivers have already had 11.5 minutes worth of track time, plus the warm-up this morning. Now we go into the tram lines. It's Altlechner and Butcher on the front row. Revs rise. Are we ready? Senior Rotax underway. And Butcher goes straight on the attack. Heading into the first corner, it's side by side. Nigh on as Altlechner keeps in front. Butcher slots in behind in second. It's 2, 3 abreast at points as they go up the hill for the first time. And it is a train, a big train. Drivers jockeying for position. Up towards the crest of the hill, down the roller coaster ride, through the sweeping right. And Altlechner keeping ahead of Butcher for the moment. And Kai Hunter looks to be up into 3rd place. And now there's been a change. Callum Bradshaw is through as Altlechner and Butcher side by side through the double right. Butcher to the outside. He got a nose ahead of Altlechner, but the Polish driver kept in front. Through into the second from last corner. There is an initial train. I think I count probably at least 11 carts as Altlechner crosses the line to complete lap number 1 and leads the field across it. Bradshaw in the wheel tracks of Butcher, heading through into T1. Up the hill they go through the right at 2. Into the left at 3, which turns nigh on back onto itself as Butcher up the inside of Altlechner. Now takes the lead within the first half of lap 2. And the 359 from KR Sport, the Aussie based out of London, goes down the hill. Altlechner right on the back bumper of the 359. Hard on the brakes. Altlechner looks to nose up the inside, going into the tight left-hander, but Butcher keeps it pinned on the racing line. Bradshaw up the inside of Altlechner, now gets second. Not too far behind. You've got a couple of other drivers there as well. Connor Jupp, Daniel Armstrong, amongst others, along with Kai Hunter in the 395. And there is a change for 3rd position. There's Kai Hunter now ahead of David Altlechner, and there's Connor Jupp in the 335. Not too far behind is Archie Walker. And there goes Callum Bradshaw, sweeping through the inside of turn 1 to take the lead from Sean Butcher. Archie Walker pretty much had Kai Gilets on his back bumper, and now Connor Jupp is getting a bit of he's getting a bit of pressure from Archie Walker, the driver from Billericay. As they go over the top of the crest of the hill, down the hill they go. Bradshaw now starting to stretch a lead over Butcher. Down the mid straight here on the infield, through into the left-hand hairpin. And Altlechner is keeping pace with Kai Hunter. Vilgot Edqvist at the moment is the fastest driver out there, the Swede. A 1 minute 3.600 to the decimal point. Thomas Fleming's up to 9th, Jules Roussel up to 13th, Edqvist up to 17th, Miska Kaskinen back up into 20th, Anthony Ballou 23rd, and now here comes a real old scrap. We've got Walker, Fleming and Gilets. Just behind is Zomber Kovac. And then there's Daniel Armstrong, waiting in the wings and waiting to pounce like a coiled spring. Just over 3.5 minutes into this 14-minute plus an additional lap race. Hunter now defending from Altlechner, and Altlechner up the inside of the 395 from Dan Holland Racing. And now Hunter back on the offensive through the very next right. Neatly done by the pair. Millimetre perfect precision, and now Kai Hunter's just said to David Altlechner, look, let's go. And more switchbacks behind. As Archie Walker's having a real ding-dong battle with Connor Jupp. And Walker goes on the defensive. Connor Jupp's got the, wheels on the grass. And the dust kicks up, and Gilets nearly gets tangled in. Gilets went to the outside to avoid all the drama and nearly got caught up all in it. And luckily enough, he had the presence of mind, and now he goes through on Connor Jupp. Gilets had a fuel leak, I understand, in the third and final heat. Had the pace to go for the victory. And now is able to fight with the very best of them. So everyone looking over their shoulders. Zomber Kovac looking up the inside. That's Thomas Fleming up ahead. Now the Hungarian is through. And that's a change for 8th position. Daniel Armstrong looking up the inside through the last of the double rights onto the back straightaway. Driver from Newcastle upon sign. And another change for position a little bit further back, far in Mega. Battling away with one of the drivers, which is Armstrong, thereof. And Hurtado Gonzalez getting stuck in. Jaden Thien, unfortunately, I think has parked it on lap 4 as we're on to lap 5. Jaden Thien, runner-up last year in the grand finals as a junior Rotax driver, made the move to seniors like a lot of drivers. Still another one. Daniel Armstrong was actually a junior driver last year, so was Farin Mega, so was Kai Gilets. Raphael Renhofer, who I know has been training at the minute, he is now up into seniors. So the landscape is constantly changing. So 6 minutes down, 8 to go. Plenty more action still to come as the drivers are being very strategic. And where they position their carts. However, Callum Bradshaw and Sean Butcher are less than half a second adrift. They're now out of the final corner. We're going to go on to lap number 7. And Butcher looks to be closing in on Bradshaw. And went and put in a 1 minute 3.214. But David Altlechner is a driver, the only driver that has just got into the 1 minute 2s. 365 based out of Bargoed. Too far, well, he's based out of South Wales these days, but he's still, there's the white and red of Poland with great pride, so he should do. He's done a 1 minute 2.969. So halfway through the race, just under 7 minutes remaining. And a great battle showcasing what it's going to bring in prospect between Kai Hunter Archie Walker and Kai Rilets. Rilets started 7th. Walker started in 12th. And Hunter started on the inside of row 2. Walker is now ahead. Rilets looking to the inside now, going into turn 1. And the pair are through, but already Hunter trying to mount a counter-offensive through the very next right-hander up the hill. Now here, oh, that was close. Rilets was looking, Walker closed the door. Hunter's looking for a way through on the 374 from Belgium and gets through. Oh, that was close. Very, very close indeed, but Kai Hunter made it work, and just behind him they've got Connor Jupp from the UK in the 335 closing in on their wheel tracks right now as we speak. And I think I did see a glimpse of a KMS Europe livery. There's Zsombor Kovac. So they go down the back straight away. Outlechner has set the fastest lap of this race, 1 minute 2.969. Not much in it between Sean Butcher and Callum Bradshaw when it comes to lap times, but the gap is now starting to extend. 1 minute 3.1 from Bradshaw, 1 minute 3.3 for Butcher. And this is all kicking off because now Rilets is ahead of Hunter, Connor Jupp is there, Zsombor Kovac is there. Might want to keep your eyes on the two drivers behind, Thomas Fleming and Farin Mega. They complete the top 10, and at the moment, all the way down to 22nd position. Once they cross the line to complete lap number 8, the top 22 were covered by 9.7 seconds in total. We're into the last 5 minutes plus a lap. The heats are one thing, but the pre-finals and the finals are something completely different. As there is some movements happening a little bit further down the order. I think around about where Jules Roussel is. And we have a look. There's Mario Sidler, Miska Kaskinen just behind. And a black and white warning flag for the 374, Kai Rilets. But this here is an interesting battle. Miska Kaskinen sweeping to the outside of Mario Sidler. Oh, nearly gets through. And Sidler parks it on the apex at the right place at the right time, not allowing Miska Kaskinen to get through. Linus Henson is in this battle just behind the Finn, and then also you've got Great Britain's Kieran Kay. This is round about 13th. You've got Daniel Armstrong and then Hurtado Gonzalez. So Armstrong running as there goes Kaskinen up the inside of Sidler. Sidler looking to go through on the very next right-hander. It is a double right going onto the back straightaway. And he's saying to Kaskinen, come on, just go, push. They won't always look, Mario. They won't always look. They'll look and they'll just go, whatever, and just go for broke. Kaskinen looks over the right shoulder, a little bit further behind. There's Kieran Kay. He's looking up the inside of Janis Diak. They've got Linus Henson, who's behind them, in 18th. Linus using the new Zelos chassis from Mach 1. Announced earlier on this year, the new homologated chassis for competition. Zsombor Kovac has got past Connor Jupp in the meantime, but the battle a little bit further back. Whole host of colours. Through into the left-hand hairpin. We've got pass there from Miska Kaskinen on Daniel Armstrong. Armstrong has shown some great performances yesterday. And today is a very different matter altogether because the pre-final, you want to get up the order as far as possible. I am keeping my eyes on the front three, though. And the top 5 covered by 3.1 seconds. Outlechner is trying to close on Butcher and Bradshaw, but at the moment the gap between the two leaders is 0.76 of a second. As Archie Walker has got Kai Rilets from Belgium in the 374, about a cart length and a bit behind, maybe make it less than that as they go down the hill. Just under 2 minutes of this race remaining, and Rilets very, very close to the 391 from KR Sport. Down the straight in the middle of the circuit into the left-hand hairpin. And just behind them, Kai Hunter still keeping ahead of Zsombor Kovács from Hungary. Into the last 90 seconds, and there is a lunge and a half there from Zsombor Kovács, who puts it past Kai Hunter to take 6th position. But now Hunter comes straight back at him. The pair side by side across the start-finish line. Hunter pulls to the inside, waiting the wings as Conor Jupp as they go through turn 1, and Hunter keeps it pinned, stays ahead of the Hungarian. Kovács waiting for the opportunity, but Conor Jupp will spring a surprise the moment you least expect it. Get past. We're into just under the last minute, plus an additional lap of this race. Down the hill they go once again. And at the front of the field, we still have this great battle here. Archie Walker versus Kai Rilets. So next time around, we'll go on to the penultimate lap. This is lap number 13, so a total of 15 laps of this 1.580 kilometre circuit. So Bradshaw leads them across the line. Rilets in the slipstream of Walker out of the final corner. Farin Mega doing a pretty good job as well. He's up into 9th place as Thomas Fleming has dropped behind Jules Roussel from France in the 3:08, and the French driver rounds out the top 10. Timer has expired. So next time around we'll go on to the final lap of the pre-final. Walker still holding station ahead of Rilets. So Walker running at the top 4 as things stand. Rilets running at the top 5. Jules Roussel is the driver that completes the top 10. The driver completing the top 15 is Kieran Kay. Top 20, 20th position, that's the 313 of Anthony Bilou. Top 25, 25th, that's Sam Bergstein from the Netherlands, 319. And Matteo Pianezzola from Italy is the driver in 30th. So there's a lot of drivers out there. Edward Matthews, unfortunately, on lap number 11, retired from the race, the 385 with Dan Holland Racing. We're on to the final lap now. And the battle between Kai Hunter, Zsombor Kovács, and Conor Jupp is reaching its inevitable conclusion. Hunter looks to have a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Down the hill they go. Leaders making their way onto the straight in the middle of the circuit. There is Callum Bradshaw, Sean Butcher, and David Outlechner, Archie Walker, Kai Rilets, Kai Hunter, Zsombor Kovács, and Conor Jupp. They round out the top 8 as Jules Roussel, in the meantime, has got past Farin Mega to take 9th, and the German, the 2018 Minimax champion, has actually managed to try and, well, he's just had Thomas Fleming go round the outside of him through the right-hander onto the back straightaway. But Callum Bradshaw out of the final corner, the current defending Euro Trophy champion, takes the checkered and wins the senior Rotax pre-final, 0.8 of a second ahead of Sean Butcher, with David Outlechner completing the top 3, covered by 1.75 seconds. Archie Walker rounds out the top 4 ahead of Kai Rilets in 5th, with Kai Hunter, Zsombor Kovács, Conor Jupp, Thomas Fleming, and Miska Kaskinen up from 20th to finish in 10th place. Farin Mega in 11th ahead of Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez, Jules Roussel, Mario Sidler, Kieran Kay, Daniel Armstrong, Janis Diak, Linus Henson, and Eloy Gonzalez Moreno, with Anthony Bilou from France rounding out the top 20. 21st, it was Mika Barthelemy ahead of Vilgot Edqvist, Alexander Abkazava, Sam Bergstein, Yashram Jankan making it to the top 25 at the end of the race. Devian Ross, Mario Novak, Jarei Vaiello Luque, Matteo Pianezzola, Simon Gaspard, Camilo McFarlane, Ricards Vegvargas, and Maurice Schmeis being the last of the 34 drivers that crossed the line and completed 15 laps of racing, with Edward Matthews, and there is, I've just seen, Jaden Thiene's kart being pulled away by the marshals, so not a great run for Jaden Thiene, and that concludes the senior Rotax pre-final. driver 262 past team manager. Please head to the stewards immediately. That's junior Rotax driver 262 past team manager to the stewards immediately. Thank you. Two more pre-finals to go before we hit the lunch break. We head into DD2. One non-starter on the grid will be Mariusz Nowicki from Poland. So we'll have 31 drivers competing. Let's show you the starting grid. So Martin van Leeuwen will start on pole position ahead of Ragnar Virus from Estonia. That's the front row. Row 2, Latvia's Patrick Nolslock-Melis. Alongside will be Lucas Hartmann. Then Matthias Jere Jakobsen and Bendit Sabo, representing Denmark and Hungary, will be on row 3. It's an all-Belgian row 4, Maxime Dirix in the 499 and the 406 was on the Shriblack. Completing the top 10, it is Ville Villainen and Finn Stiak in Finland and Germany, respectively. Reese Hunter starts 11th alongside Germany's Dennis Thiem, and it's Lawrence Seyfried and Devin Sigardi, row number 7. Kasper Siedmierkowski and Jose Barros from Poland and Portugal round out row 8. Tino Egersov, Matis Malinovskis, Karl Borgard, Kirin Gerhard round out the top 20. Then it's Gregorio Bartoko, Justus Pangonis, Andreas Zinkiewicz, Jaro Dekkers, Adrian Brunonosa, Vidal, Nick Kuppens, Stig Rihold, Yannick Herman, Lucas Bernard from Canada, Jan Frost from Poland, and Chinese Taipei's Ethan Ho rounding out the 31-strong grid. Mariusz Nowicki not starting. It's really quite funny. I think some drivers have a case of mistaken identity. Tom Bracken thinks he's Stan Pex, and Martin van Leeuwen thinks he's Rick Driesen. Because there's anyone might notice on the back of their race overalls, it's not their actual name that's on them, it's somebody else's. But there we go. But it's going to be the two on the front row. The Netherlands and Estonia represented. They will be the ones controlling what's going on. And the mind games have started already, courtesy of our pole sitter. And now this is where it has to slow to a crawl. Right then, DD2 pre-final. We go into the tram lines. Revs rise, I'll be ready. We're lights out and off and away. Who's going to get to the turn 1 first? It's going to be our pole sitter. And the 412 goes through, and there has been a bit of calamity. There's multiple carts involved, spearing left and right. 2 drivers interconnected, one being turned 180. And 2 of the drivers, the 434. That is Karl Borgard, and the 448 of Tino Egersov. I'm wondering, am I hearing a loud exhaust? That's one of the things I'm wondering. And Lochmelis has decided to spring a surprise. I'm wondering if that is the 405 or the 414 that has got a noisy exhaust there. So that will be pulled for a mechanical straight away. But at the front of the field, the top two are leading. And the gap is a bit substantial, probably a little bit more substantial than Ragnar Virtus actually wanted. And it was 82 thousandths. Heats day is one thing, finals day is something completely different. As across the line after lap one, and it was the 404 that has just come into pit lane. And that was Sid Makowski from Poland. But Martin van Leeuwen is being chased down by Latvia's Patrick Knowles Lochmelis, and behind the train, it's the Ragnar Virtus train. He's leading it all. And he's currently in third. He's pulling away from Jere Jakobsen from Denmark. Now he's got to start putting in some wrench time behind that wheel. A little bit further back, behind Jere Jakobsen, it's all kicking off. I think Schriblak and Dirks have gotten up into 5th and 6th, respectively. Viljanin's trying to throw his weight around the place. And now he's behind Schriblak. Then it's Reese Hunter. Lucas Hartmann, Lawrence Seyfried rounds out the top 10. Bennett Sabo. Andreas Sinkevicius up into 12th, ahead of Finchtiak. Adrian Brunonosa Vidal. Gregorio Bertocco completes the top 15. Yesterday, I was wondering whether there was going to be someone that was going to challenge the man that did the clean sweep yesterday. And there has been a challenger that has quite quickly emerged. And Patrick Knowles Lochmelis has answered the call, and he was right behind Van Leeuwen going into turn one. That just goes to show a little bit further behind, we have got quite a few drivers trying to make up positions. Wondering if Maxime Dirks is trying to get the switch back on Jere Jakobsen. And Dirks is up the inside, through into turn one, gets there before they even hit the apex. Neatly done by the Belgian, and Zander Schriblak is waiting for his opportunity to get past. And Schriblak does so through the very next left-hander. And now everything is concertinaing. Reese Hunter trying to go, oh, he's mounted the curves, trying to go up the inside of Ville Leinen of all people. And all I'm going to say is DJ Livetis found that out very, very quickly in Adria a couple of years back. And he's been posting on Instagram, should I come back to race? And I've already told him, yes, you should. Reese Hunter ahead of Lucas Hartmann and Lawrence Seyfried. They round out the top 10 as things stand at the moment. But Lochmelis is keeping within 2.5 tenths of a second of Van Leeuwen at the moment. Down the main straightaway, hurtle these carts at breakneck speed. And Schriblak has got past Jere Jakobsen. Now we'll start chasing down Dirks in 4th place. Ragnar Virtus still holding station in 3rd position as things stand, with 9 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock to go. Jere Jakobsen has got a little bit of breathing space between himself and teammate Ville Viljainen, as Schriblak is now going to start pushing. Dirks has been catching Ragnar Virtus, and last time was exactly 1/4 of a second quicker, and he's in the wheel tracks of the Estonian. Across the line they go once again. We're on to lap number 6 with 8 minutes and 40 plus a lap to go. And Lucas Hartmann has got past Reese Hunter. That is for 8th position. Bendit Savo is just behind the 496 from Hungary. Andres Sinkevicius now up into 11th as Laurent Seyfried now completing the top 12 drivers. Unfortunately, Ethan Ho from Chinese Taipei has retired after just a single lap around the circuit. And I'll be completely honest here, we've seen a bit of a development in the mid-pack because someone, through all that melee, made it through and is now up into 16th place. Canada's Lucas Bernot is moving up the order and is setting personal best and is within 3.5 tenths of a second of Finn Stiak, as we're just over 30 seconds away from hitting the halfway point of the race. So they filter their way along the straight. And there is Kylian Guérin being followed by the 439 of Finn Stiak. Not too far behind. I'm just keeping my eyes. I think that's a battle between Gregorio Bertocco and Lucas Bernot from Canada. So they've been swapping positions. Schriblak hasn't been able to close the gap on Maxime Derix, which has expanded to just under 1.6 seconds as we're less than 6.5 minutes to go of the DD2 pre-final here at the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup for 2022. Reese Hunter staying ahead of Lucas Hartmann, having got the position back. And now the gap has started expanding between the top two. Van Leeuwen has now gotten away and has gotten away quickly. Gap was nearly a second after we completed lap number 7 of the race. There is the gap. Ragnar Virus, in the meantime, is starting putting in the hot laps. 1 minute 4, well, it's 1 minute 2.505. He's closed the gap between himself and Patrick Snols-Lockmelis to just over 8 tenths. As Schriblak in 5th is being pressurized by Mathias Jere Jakobsen from Denmark. Ville Villainen is in tow now as well. Reese Hunter's about 8 tenths behind this battle as they go their way down the hill. So a three-way scrap. We're into the last 5 minutes. And there goes Jere Jakobsen. Oh, Schriblak is going to try and plant it, and that opens the door for Villainen. Schriblak keeps it pinned round the outside. I still remember when he did that absolutely spectacular move down the end of the Europolon on Sebastian de Grand, pulled it round the outside. But here we go, more switches of position, and Schriblak is ahead of both RS competition carts, and whilst they've been squabbling as they pull to the inside for the Jere Jakobsen and Schriblak, Reese Hunter is now pretty much with them. He's about a couple of kart lengths away from Ville Villainen. So now this becomes a four-way scrap for 5th position on the road. This will be the inside of row number 3. And the inside line going into turn 1 seems to give a distinct advantage, which is why a lot of the times you've seen the drivers pull to the right the minute they're able to break formation. We still have to keep an eye on this battle here, because it could be one of these 4 drivers. As, oh, there we go, Jere Jakobsen up the inside. Schriblak gets the switch back, can't get through. Well, that puts him straight into the path of Ville Villainen. Villainen tries to take advantage. Schriblak goes and he defends and then fires it up the inside at the same time, and then gets the switch back done on him. Oh my goodness, this is close quarter. This is what you want in terms of racing. The drivers are putting it all on the line. Jette Jakobsen drifts wide. Oh, back end trips out sideways to the left, and all of a sudden Shriblack up the inside, keeps it pinned, and Jette Jakobsen quickly gets in front of teammate Ville Villainen with millimetres to spare between front and rear bumper. That is on the limit right there. Into the last 3 minutes we go. And Shriblack hopefully might be able to start getting away into the distance. Looks over his left shoulder. Sees Jette Jakobsen. There's Villainen. There's Hardman. There's also the 496 of Bendit Sabo. So 29 of the 31 starters still running. As Van Leeuwen continues to lead and is extending that gap over Loch Melis to the tune now of nearly 1.85 seconds. Shriblack goes defensive into turn one, ahead of Jette Jakobsen, who is looking to put it up the inside of the Belgian. Unfortunately, no room there at the inn, I'm afraid. Shriblack using the outer part of his peripheral vision to anticipate what Jette Jakobsen's going to do. He's able to counteract it. Shriblack moving along. Nearly a window of opportunity there for Ville Villainen through the hairpin. Now into the next right, onto the back straightaway. Shriblack is the one that's being hunted. Jette Jakobsen is one of the many hunters behind, and he goes defensive. That nearly opened the door for Rhys Hunter to get up the inside of Ville Villainen because it concertinaed everything into the braking zone. And now here we go. Lucas Hartmann, Bendit Sabo is there. Shriblack goes defensive immediately on the start-finish straight heading into turn number one. So Shriblack keeping it well pinned, not allowing any one of the 3 to 6 drivers that might be behind him right now, because that train is quite considerably expanding. Well, it's getting closer together, expanding in terms of numbers, but closing together in terms of proximity. So 45 seconds on the clock remain, and our leader is hurtling his way down the back straight towards the second from last corner. And also has set the fastest lap of the race, 102.270. So we're going on to the penultimate lap, lap 14 out of 15. And still things are undecided in the battle for fifth, and Shriblack still leads it. Shriblack going ultra defensive. Rhys Hunter really getting himself stuck in. He nearly went on the back bumper of Jette Jakobsen. But now the timer has expired. As they head onto the mid-straight, the middle straight in the middle of the circuit, into the left-hand hairpin. So now that's given an opportunity for Rhys Hunter to maybe even go for as high as fifth. And that will put him on the inside of row number 3. Our leader now will start the final lap. It's 1,580 metres, separating a continuation of a 100% success rate for the Netherlands. Martin Van Leeuwen, the current reigning defending DD2 Grand Finals champion of all people. Through they go. The train is expanded even further still in terms of numbers. Leader now making his way down the hill through the right-hand sweeper for this battle with regards to Shriblack. Jette Jakobsen, Hunter, Villainen, Gehan now there, Szabo now there, Hardman now there. But Toko could be in the mix too, but time is fast running out because this is the final lap of the race. Come down the straight on the middle part of the circuit as the leader now goes down the back straightaway for the final time. But heading into this afternoon, One driver above all stands on high, and it's Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Takes the checkered flag convincingly with another dominant performance. 2.681 seconds ahead of Patrick Snols-Lokmelis from Latvia. And look at this. Oh, Reese Hunter's going to try and out-drag Zana Triplak across the line. Oh, he nearly got it. He went to the outside and put the hammer down whilst everyone was squabbling away like a pack of children. Absolutely brilliantly timed by Reese Hunter to take 6th place behind Maxim Dirks in 4th and Zana Triplak in 5th. Then we had Ville Villainen in 7th, Killing Gerhard rounded out the top 8 ahead of Matthias Jere Jakobsen, Bendit Sabo in 10th ahead of Gregorio Bertocco, and Andres Sinkevicius, Lawrence Seifried, Lucas Bernot, Lucas Hartmann rounding out the top 15, Finch Diak, Devin Segardi, Adrian Prunonosa Vidal, Jose Barros, Yannick Hermann, Nick Coppens, Justus Pangonis, Dennis Thiem, Stigri Hilt, Matis Malinovskis. Then we had Carl Borgard, Jaro Dekkers, Jan Frost, and Tino Egersov from Denmark rounding out the 29 that finished the race. Ethan Ho unfortunately retired on lap 2, and Kasper Siemiatkowski retiring on the very first lap with Maris Nowicki a non-starter. It's time for our last of our pre-finals ahead of the lunch break, and it's DD2 Masters. Let's give you the starting order. Having taken all 3 victories yesterday, it is France's Rudy Champion, who qualified on pole position, won all 3 races yesterday, starts on pole. He's got Estonia's Pritsai alongside. It's Christoph Adams and Karl Klebor on row number 2, representing the Netherlands and Belgium, respectively. Jonathan Wimmer from France and Lithuania's Martinas Stankevičius complete the top 3 rows, followed by the 5:23 of France's Bruno dos Santos, Sweden's Renis Fries in the 5:12, Jimmy Chaumier from France alongside Christophe Capitat, also from the same nation, along with Rodrigo Pinilos and Andreas Neumann, both representing Germany, with Maxim Shaposhnikov from Russia completing the running order. 13 drivers about to go into battle for 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So the sunshine continues to beat down on the circuit. So very much a reminder how pretty much the week has been here in Andalusia. Also seen some great racing from these drivers as well. Drivers now make their way out of the final corner. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, the lights are out, we're off and underway for 14 minutes of racing. Rudy Champion leads the field into turn 1 first, Christophe Adams in second. Jonathan Wimont got up into third position at the drop of a hat. Ahead of Blitzai, who started alongside Champion on the front row of the grid. Christophe Capitan, who's now up into 4th place. That's an epic start from the French driver. 5.99. Sprinting his way towards the sharper end of the grid. No, actually it's Bruno dos Santos. So Carl Clebord, Blitzai up the inside of Carl Clebord now. Tries to through the hairpin. Carl Clebord makes sure he takes the inside line for the very, very next corner and keeps ahead. So Maxim Shaposhnikov has made up a position as there is a little bit. Oh, there's been a touch, and that was two of the Birlarks that had just collided, I'm afraid, through the second to last corner. Now there's a move up the inside. That was Bruno dos Santos, and that was on Christophe Adams. Carl Clebord's got Blitzai up his inside, going towards the crest of the hill, and the Estonian nearly tries to get through. But Clebord shuts the door quite firmly. As we've got another move, that is Christophe Capitan up the inside of Jimmy Chaumier. That's for 7th on the road, and just behind them is Andreas Neumann from Germany. Down the back straightaway, Champion's already cantered away into the distance. Jonathan Wimont is now in 2nd place. 3rd, that is the 5.23 of Bruno dos Santos. Christophe Adams in 4th, Carl Clebord in 5th. Blitzai looking up the inside of the 5.06, and it gets really close. And Blitzai has a little bit of what we like to call a bit of a tank slapper. This back end stepped out to the left-hand side on the rear of the cart. Christophe Capitan was looking up the inside, the very next left-hander. So 11 minutes and 25 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. Jonathan Wimont has got Bruno dos Santos in tow. A little bit of a train emerging behind Carl Clebord because Blitzai is there. This is Christophe Capitan, Jimmy Chaumier. It's side by side between. That was the 5.33 of Martina Stankiewicz. Now Blitzai again goes up the inside, and he launches up the curb. Oh, nearly a little bit of an unwanted moment there for Carl Clebord. He had to avoid, and all of a sudden it opened the floodgates. Then, like a rat up a drain pipe, Jimmy Chaumier managed to get through, and now it's side by side between Stankiewicz. And of all places, oh my goodness, he gets through on the inside of Andreas Neumann, and Neumann has got nowhere to go. And the front bumper of the 5.67 mounts the back bumper of the 5.33. Heart in the mouth moment stuff there. But Carl Clebord had no say in the situation. Blitzai just sent it up the inside of him through turn 1. And Clebord reacted by going to the outside line and nearly got collected. And that's what you don't want. And Rudy Champion has got a lead after 4 laps. It's just over a second because Jonathan Wimont has just gone through and put in a 1:03 .429. Christophe Capitan now has Pritzai up the inside. Capitan stays ahead. But Rudy Champion just continuing to pound in the laps. Lap 5 completed, and he puts in the fastest of anybody. And just keeping a little look behind of where Jimmy Chaumier and Pritzai are at the moment. Martina Stankiewicz is leading this little battle here as Andreas Neumann goes up the inside of Rodrigo Pinilos. And gets through, and Pinilos looking up the inside through the next right-hander and does not get a chance. So just over a minute away from the halfway point of this 14-minute encounter, plus an additional lap. Lead between Rudy Champion and Jonathan Wimore now has extended to just over 1.1 seconds. Bruno Dos Santos still keeping in touch in third position, the 5:23. Doing a fairly good job. Christophe Capitan running in fifth, being challenged by Pritzai, and up the inside now. What happened to Christophe Capitan? He's not running at full speed. I think he lost sudden momentum. We'll see if he runs up to speed. However, he hasn't just lost the one place, he has lost several. And he's in front of, where is he? He's behind Rodrigo Pinilos, as Jimmy Chaumier and Martina Stankiewicz battling away side by side through into the left-hand hairpin on the mid part of the circuit for the right-hander that brings them onto the back straightaway. All of a sudden, Christophe Capitan slowed significantly. And that was going to be, he was running in P5 at that time, so that has dropped him right down to around about 11th position by my count. Actually, that's put him behind Maxim Shaposhnikov from Russia down. So the Frenchman goes down into 12th position. Got 6 minutes, 5 seconds plus an additional lap of this race to go. Pritzai and Martina Stankiewicz battling away over what is 5th place on the road as Rudy Champion continues to lead and lead commandingly. Kept up a consistent pace and has not allowed both Jonathan Wimore and Bruno Dos Santos to close on in. The gap between first and second now extends to 1.335 seconds. Stankiewicz really putting the pressure on Pritzai for that place. That's 5th on the road. And up the inside goes the Lithuanian, up the inside of the Estonian, and gets through and takes P5. So a little bit further back, Christophe Capitan closing in on Maxim Shaposhnikov. Looks to possibly get the run going onto the back straightaway and is within a kart length. And looks to the inside, decides to dive through, gets the job done nice and neatly on the apex. Shaposhnikov trying to counter-attack on the very next left-hander. Capitan is safely through. Rodrigo Pinilos running at the top 10, representing Germany. 5:14. And I'm just keeping an eye on lap times at the minute, and Martin Stankiewicz has taken an absolute chunk of time out of the gap between himself and the driver in front of him, the 555 representing the Netherlands, Christoph Adams. Martin Stankiewicz is the driver that has set the fastest lap of the race. Dos Santos is keeping pace with Jonathan Wimore in the 5.60. Head into the last 2 3/4 minutes, and there's still maybe an opportunity that we might get some drivers closing in. Well, we are, because we look back to 4th and 5th place going down the back straight away, and there in the distance heading into the braking zone up the inside of Christoph Adams goes Martin Stankiewicz to take 4th place. Christoph Adams does have an opportunity to close on in. I have 2 minutes plus an additional lap to do so. With the pace that I'm seeing from Martin Stankiewicz, who has actually put in the fastest lap of the race so far, and is the only driver that I've seen in the last couple of laps or so, including Rudy Champion. Rudy Champion's running in the 103.1s, the high 103.1s. Stankiewicz in the last 2 laps has done a 102.825 on the completion of lap 9, well, lap 10, and then lap 11 he did a 1:02.961. So the Lithuanian is picking up the pace, and I'm looking at the gap between him and Bruno Dos Santos, and that gap is starting to close. It was a 1:02.992 from Stankiewicz. Dos Santos, 1:03.287. So the question is, how hard is Stankiewicz going to push? And looking at the sector times, he's the fastest in sector number 1 of anybody. It could be a bit of a tall order, but we have got 2 laps after this one. As soon as Rudy Champion crosses the start-finish line. So we'll have 2 more laps to go, including this one now as Champion crosses the line with 14 seconds to spare on the clock. And already, my goodness, Stankiewicz, because he's got clean air, he's just going for broke. 1:02.678. Gap now down by nearly half a second. 1.6 seconds separates 4th and 3rd. Timer has hit 0. And Dos Santos is happy to hold station in 3rd place. Whether he'll want to do that in the final a bit later on is a completely different proposition altogether. Yeah, I'm seeing that gap being decimated by Stankiewicz. He's closing. Keeping himself in P4, that could give him a good run, maybe at the podium at the end of this weekend, come this afternoon. So last lap board is out for the morning's action here at the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup here at Karting Campillos in Andalusia. And Stankiewicz is a second away from Dos Santos. He's absolutely destroyed that gap within the last 3 to 4 laps and has got it down from, what was it, 2.5 seconds to 1. The 1 minute 2.678 is his fastest lap he's taken. He's taken another chunk. He took 6/10 out of Dos Santos, and there he is. Tankevicius, could he set himself up for a second row, well, an inside second row start? He's close. It might be a bit of a tall order, but it just depends on how brave the Lithuanian is on the brakes. And he's got right up close. Dos Santos knows it and wants the front. If he can get a front row into this afternoon, it's anyone's guess. But Rudy Champion continues his 100% success rate. Jonathan Wimore in second, Bruno Dos Santos in third, and Martinas Tankevicius was 0.177 seconds away from getting into the top 3. So he'll have the outside of row 2. So Rudy Champion takes the victory here in DD2 Masters, the 504 from France, and it's a French 1-2-3 with Jonathan Wimore in the 560 and Bruno Dos Santos in the 523, with the latter putting a little bit of water, putting a bit of fire extinguisher material onto the fire that was lit right underneath the chassis of Martinas Tankevicius in the 533, who closed the gap to less than 2/10 come the end of the 15-lap race. Christoph Adams in 5th ahead of Pritsai from Estonia. Jimmy Chaumier rounds out the top 7 ahead of Karl Clebot with Andreas Neumann, Christophe Capitain, Rodrigo Pinilos, Maxim Shaposhnikov and Renis Fries rounding out the 13 strong, all drivers completing all 15 laps. Well, that's it for the morning action here at the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. We'll be back just before 1:15 this afternoon. That's 13:15 Central European Time, where we will crown this afternoon 5 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup champions here at Circuito Karting Campillos in southern Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final few throws of the dice for the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup here at Circuito Karting Campillos. It's time to get our first of 5 finals underway, and it's Minimax up first. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Albert Friend starts from pole position, having taken victories in all 3 heats yesterday and winning the pre-final earlier on this morning. Boris Maximov from the Netherlands will join the 191 from the United Kingdom alongside on the front row. Nicolas Garcia Diaz has been in the mix and will start from P3, and alongside will be the 134 of the UK's Max Cuthbert. Nikita Nikishov and Rory Armstrong ran up the top 3 rows. Jagrat de Troya and Tom Strele ran out the top 8 positions, with Nikita Zhubimov from Estonia and Marcel Zebo from Hungary rounding out the top 10. Kasper Nissen from Denmark starts 11th ahead of Ivan Gonzalez Elul from Spain, ahead and in front of countryman Jeremy Roivers. Morocco's Ryan Bourguignon starts 14th ahead of the UK's Jaden Sherwood, who completes the top 15 drivers as they go on to the formation lap. Jensen Chalk starts 16th, Felipe Reis just behind, representing the Netherlands, ahead of Bruno Greiling, Marius Karsiaukas, Hugo Fuentes Luque, and then Enzo Riccio, Adrian Tions, Alex Menezes, and 24th is the 117 of Christian Stefanov. It all comes down to one moment where you push right to the limit, and sometimes even that little bit beyond. Because at the end of each final, the winner is the winner of the event. The heats got us through to the pre-finals, deciding grids for that. And then now we have the big one. This is for all the marbles. And the opportunity to go onto the top step. Now, the skies have cleared, the sunshine abundant, and the racers ready to get going. So 12 rows of drivers, 24 competitors, 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Here we go into the tram lines, revs rise. We are lights out and underway. Who's going to get to turn 1 first? At the moment, it looks like it could be Albert Friend, but Boris Maximov keeping it pinned to the outside, and he drifts wide. That's going to drop the Dutch driver to 6th position as they hurtle their way up the hill for the very first time. 2, 3 wide at points, but Albert Friend has stolen a march on the rest of the opposition, whilst they're all squabbling for track position right now, and some bumping over the curbs, going into the triple right complex that leads them over the crest of the hill and down the dip. Down through the left-hander, it's Albert Friend leading, Nicolas Garcia Diaz and Nikita Nikishov rounding out the top 3 positions. 4th, it's Max Cuthbert. 5th, it's Rory Armstrong, as we head onto the back straightaway for the first time of asking. Marcel Zebo up to 9th, ahead of Nikita Zhubimov. Ryan Bourguignon up to 13th. Enzo Riccio up to 20th, and Alex Menezes up to 22nd as we come across the line to complete lap number 1. Friend leads, Garcia in 2nd, Nikishov, Cuthbert, Maximov, and Armstrong rounding out the top 6. Kasper Nissen from Denmark now up into 10th position. And there's Rory Armstrong trying to close in onto Boris Maximov from the Netherlands. Already just over 90 seconds of this race has elapsed. But Albert Friend has been in commanding form all weekend, but Nicolas Garcia Diaz is looking to turn the form books upside down and shake it all around like a sand timer before you put it back down on the table. But Albert Friend has got about a 3-kart length lead heading into the 2nd from last corner. As there is a move and a change for 3rd position. I think Max Cuthbert has just gotten through past Nikita Nikishov, and that is the case. Nikishov down to 4th. Maximov and Armstrong in the tow. Down the straight. Main straightaway and a little bit further back. Troya, well, it could be Strela looking up the inside of the Troya as they were going into turn 1. Nikishov and Maximov trying to force Cuthbert to one side. And Cuthbert stays resolute, but Rory Armstrong, what a perler from the youngster from County Down in Northern Ireland, gets through on the inside at the crest of the hill on Boris Maximov to take the position. Neatly done by the youngster in the 166. Now into the tight left-hander, down the straightaway in the middle of the track, into the left-hand hairpin. And Nikishov trying one way, then the other, trying to get past Max Cuthbert, but the Brit is staying resolute and staying in front at the moment. But it is a battle at the front of the field. Albert Friend versus Nicolas Garcia Diaz. Pair quite literally unseparated right now. The gap was just over a tenth last time. It's now 0.2 and climbing ever so slightly. And Albert Friend has shown over the course of this race meeting that he can get to the front and manage it, control the pace, let his racing do the talking. Over the crest they go once again and down the dip, down the hill. Steep descent and elevation change. As Armstrong now having to try and fight back past Boris Maximov once again in the 130 from the Netherlands. Through into the left-hand hairpin. Now into the double right that leads them onto the back straightaway. 6 minutes, 43 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Nothing has quite been decided yet. Other drivers that have been making some moves up the order. Jensen Chalk now up to 13th. Jagrat de Troya and Marcel Zibo up to 7th and 8th respectively as we come across the line to start lap number 5. Zhubimov and Nissen now round out the top 10. Estrella from Latvia drops out of it. Jaden Sherwood's made his way up into 17th as there's a move on Nikita Nikishov by Boris Maximov, and that is for position. That's for 4th place on the road. And Armstrong is going to try and use a little bit of slipstream, a little bit of extra velocity and assistance from the toe that is provided. And he could get a double toe here if he's close enough. But at the front of the field, Albert Friend is still controlling proceedings and has done so from lights out. We're halfway through the race, 50% left to go, plus an additional lap. Garcia Diaz has been there or thereabouts. And Albert Friend is just waiting to see what the Spaniard has in the box of magic tricks over the next 5¼ minutes. Gap now down to 0.163 of a second. Garcia Diaz was a tenth quicker last time around and set the fastest lap of the race. So 1 minute 8.263. And Marcel Zibo has got past Jagrat de Troya from India. Zhubimov and Nissen still round out the top 10. Armstrong trying to close in on Nikishov to try and get past for 5th position. But in the meantime, that is not quite happening. Or run wide there from Albert Friend coming out of the left-hander. And Garcia Diaz had a great run of momentum coming through that left-hander onto the straightaway in the middle part of the circuit. And at the moment, Boris Maximov looks to be one of the fastest out there in the first sector. Coming through into sector number 2, that is Albert Friend, 28.6. So 4 minutes plus an additional lap. The battle between the 134 of Max Cuthbert and now the 130. Boris Maximov back up into 3rd position and is charging. Albert Friend sets the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 8.256. That is 8 1,000ths quicker than the previous fastest lap set by Nicolas Garcia-Diaz on the previous lap. Gap between the pair now 0.2 of a second. Coming down to the last 3.5 minutes. Maximov and Cuthbert battling away over the final step of the rostrum. Whilst the leaders still about 2 to 3 kart lengths apart. It's not even that between Cuthbert in 4th and Maximov in 3rd place. So this battle, the 2 battles, could actually go right down to the wire. We have seen it before here at Karting Campillos, and we've seen it quite a few times over the past couple of days, where drivers have used the slingshot momentum out of the final corner to do the old fast and furious quarter-mile drag strip challenge out of it to cross the line and pip somebody by thousandths of a second. Rory Armstrong really fighting now, and that is with Nikita Nikishov as the 166 has gotten through, and that's for 5th position. Gap has now started to increase between Albert Friend and Nicolas Garcia-Diaz to the tune of nearly 0.3 of a second. It was nearly 1/10 between the pair, with Friend faster on that previous lap. We're on to lap number 8 of this race. It's a little bit tidier. The last couple of laps, Albert Friend has come out of that corner that comes down the hill and has run a little bit wider in comparison with Garcia-Diaz. Rory Armstrong keeping it pinned, staying ahead of Nikita Nikishov. Other drivers making moves. Tom Strehler from Latvia up into 10th position, as is an almighty battle royale of Minimax drivers. I would probably say that's outside of the top 10. But the leaders very close to one another. Garcia in the tow. Up the hill they go once again through turn 1. 68 thousandths was the amount of time that separated them on that previous lap. And Garcia-Diaz again goes and gets the fastest lap back. 1 minute 8.207 as we head into the last 90 minutes. Now this is the time where Garcia-Diaz needs to start pushing harder, because we're coming into the final 75 seconds, and then there's an additional lap on top of that one. We're on lap number 9, through into the hairpin, both holding station. No one putting all their cards on the table quite yet as they go through the double right that leads them onto the back straightaway. 60 seconds remain, and Albert Friend is driving very, very well indeed. And Garcia-Diaz is wanting to be where Albert Friend is right now. It's line astern again. They cross the line once more. 0.125 separates them. A little bit further back. Some great battling here, as we've got Marcel Zebo's sprung a surprise and has gotten past Rory Armstrong, and in the meantime so has Nikita Nikishov. 30 seconds on the clock. We have got one driver, unfortunately, to the side, and that might be Alex Menezes. The leaders now making their way down to the bottom of the hill. What will be the penultimate time? And Albert Friend runs really wide. Garcia-Diaz waits, bides time as the timer hits 0. After this, we go on to the 11th and final lap of the Minimax final here for the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup. Albert Friend looks over his left shoulder, heads down to the second from last corner, turns it in, neatly on the apex, powers out of it. And now Garcia-Diaz looks up the inside. The Spaniard goes for the lead and gets it as we head on to the final lap. Albert Friend trying to get the tow. Last lap board is out. Garcia-Diaz leads the pair going up the hill into turn 1, but Albert Friend looks to the inside, has to back out of the approach. And now Albert Friend swings wide to carry the momentum through, hits the curves, now towards the inside, and he's going towards the outside as they head towards the crest of the hill. Albert Friend pulls round to the outside, and he does a perfect switchback at the top of the hill to retake the lead. Epic stuff from these two drivers. Epic stuff. So now these drivers are coming through into the hairpin for the final time. Battle between Max Cuthbert and Boaz Maximov for the final step on the rostrum, but it's going to come down to the final couple of corners. How's it going to pan out? We're going to find out right now. Albert Friend looks over his left shoulder. Garcia Diaz right in the toe, heading into the braking zone. They're side by side. The switchback happens, but Albert Friend keeps it pinned on the inside line for the next corner. Out of the final turn, it's going to be a drag race to the finish. Albert Friend, he's going to cross the line, and it's by milliseconds. 46 thousandths, and Albert Friend wins the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup ahead of Nicolas Garcia Diaz. Wow, what a titanic final two-lap battle between these two. Albert Friend started celebrating, and now it sinks in. Now it sinks in. And he's booked himself a place on the Euro Trophy for 3 rounds this season. Well done, young man. Brilliantly driven. Absolutely epic. You know what? Not a bad consolation prize for Nicolas Garcia Diaz, who now will take an opportunity to go to the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans in the last week of July. But Albert Friend, by the narrowest of margins, 46 thousandths, takes the victory ahead of Nicolas Garcia Diaz. Boris Maximov provisionally takes the final step on the rostrum in third, ahead of Nikita Nikishov, Marcel Zibo, and Nikita Zhubimov rounding out the top 6, Jagrat de Troya rounding out the top 7, ahead of Kasper Nissen, Tom Strehler, Rory Armstrong, Jeremy Roivers, Felipe Reis, Jaden Sherwood finishing 13th in his first final outside of the United Kingdom, ahead of Morocco's Ryan Bourguignon, Ivan Gonzalez Elul, Christian Stefanov, Enzo Riccio from Finland, Hugo Fuentes, Bruno Grelling, Marius Karsiaukas, Jensen Schork, Adrian Tions, and unfortunately Max Cuthbert finished in 23rd position with Alex Menezes, unfortunately retiring on lap number 8. One final down, 4 to go. This time we turn our attention to Junior Rotax. 11 minutes set on the timer plus an additional lap. Let's have a look at your starting grid. So, with an amendment to the results post the pre-final, Aaron Krepsik declared the winner and will start on pole position ahead of Vic Stevens from Belgium. Then it's an all-British row number 2. Scott Marsh and Ethan Jeff Hall line up there, with Austin Lee and Vinnie Phillips rounding out the top 6. Enzo Boll will be joined by Poland's Colin Ważny on row number 4, with Leon Zelenko and Bo Louet rounding out the top 10. Kasper Schormans and Tom Bracken, row number 6. Maxim Sachoko and Tommy van der Stroys round out row 7, ahead of Alexander Horodinsky and Mies Huben, who initially finished 20th, now starts 16th. Oliver Sander and Thomas Ingram Hill make it an all-British row number 9, with Patrick Lipovics and Alexander Klugel completing the top 20. Rounding out the 31-strong grid, it's Gustav Zusakovs, Ismael Fuentes, Tino Sidler, Morgan Knudsen, Er Harun, Thomas Rudokas, Maximilian Schreier, Karol Stout, Timothy Vladimirov, Mikkel Pedersen and Leandro Fischer. So every result that I am calling today here on the live stream is provisional pending any sporting and technical post-session checks. So the pre-final was a dogfight. The intensity now will ramp up to volume number 11. The drivers settling themselves, primed and getting ready for what awaits them, a journey into the unknown. This is where the anticipation builds. The tension is increasing. Eyeballs are on stalks, and the heartbeats increase. Right then, out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise, green light is given, we're off and away and racing. And Krepsik leads the field to the first corner. It's 2 by 2, a lot of the places in there, 3 wide at the back of the field as they try to head their way up the hill for the very first time of asking. Aaron Krepsik is leading by about 3 kart lengths as they go up the hill once again towards the crest of it, and everyone is 2 wide. Some drivers making significant positional gains, as there has been a little bit of a tangle, and I think that was the 215 of Vladimirov that was going off onto the dust. And that's really going to compromise the Mojo tyres. As the battle lines are being drawn once again between Ethan Jeff Hall and Scott Marsh. And Marsh up the inside of the 297. Ethan Jeff Hall responds up the inside through the next right-hander, and here comes Vinnie Phillips. So already within the first 60 seconds, we've got a proper dogfight on our hands, and that's currently for what is second position, because in the meantime, after 1 minute, Aaron Krepsik is cantering away into the distance, and now they've got to start chasing him down. So Vinnie Phillips is second. Scott Marsh pulls to the inside, and Ethan Jeff Hall follows as well. Here comes Vic Stevens and throws his weight around, and Vinnie Phillips, and here comes Austin Lee right up the inside of Vinnie Phillips. Brazen work by the German driver. Family originally based out of Portland, Oregon. And now Vinnie Phillips goes side by side with Austin Lee. Austin Lee keeps it pinned around the outside, looks for the switchback. Doesn't have enough room to negotiate it. Now waits for his opportunity. Now Austin Lee has got Enzo Boll just behind him in the 204 from SP Motorsport. Drivers make their way through into the hairpin for the second time of asking. With 2 minutes gone, Enzo Boll sends it up the inside of Austin Lee, forcing the 272 to avoid. Just behind is Leon Zelenko, I believe, in the 251. There he is, the Croatian. So 8 minutes and 43 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in the race. The battle is raging on. Zelenko looking up the inside of Austin Lee, looks to take the position. That is for 7th position on the road. Still 8.5 minutes to go. Anything can transpire in that duration. Also plus the additional lap that we add onto it once the timer hits 0. Maxim Sucherko unfortunately looks to, well, I'm not too sure. I do see a Birilat at the back end of the circuit as the rest of the field hurted their way into the left-hand hairpin. So 3 minutes completed, and here comes Maxim Sucherko across the line. So all 31 runners and riders still circulating. Enzo Bol now sends it up the inside. That was on Vinnie Phillips. So Enzo Bol, a spirited performance from the young Dutch driver. Von Braken up into 9th, and keeping my eyes on other drivers moving up the field. Karel Stout started 28th. Right, 2:05 has got a 5-second time penalty. That is Erharden. I'm wondering if that might be for either pushing or possibly all 4 wheels out of the tram line, some completely braking formation. I'll find that out as soon as I get that information and relay it accordingly. So there's a 5-second time penalty coming the Spaniards' way. So Enzo Bol looks to have some pretty good pace. Ethan Jeff Hall, in the meantime, has put in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:04.114 for the Lancaster driver. Into the hairpin once again. Things are closing up. Leon Zelenko and Austin Lee running in tandem at the moment. They've got Tom Bracken closing in on them. Colin Vajny rounds out the top 10. Mikkel Pedersen and Thomas Ingram Hill now round out the top 20. With Alexander Klugel and Maximilian Schreier, both from Germany and both under the same awning, they round out the top 26 drivers. All drivers up to P30 last time around were covered by just under 9.4 seconds. And through we go into another lap. It's lap number 5. And Leon Zelenko has quickly disposed of Vinnie Phillips. Can't count Vinnie Phillips out. No stretch of the imagination as Austin Lee looks up the inside of 287 from the United Kingdom. Up towards the crest of the hill and now down the dipper, so to speak. Hard into the braking zone, into the left. Let the kart drift out to the right and then push the accelerator down as hard as it will go, or as far as it will go without snapping the throttle cable, of course. You don't want that happening. Just under 6 minutes to go, and it's still very much a case of what is going to happen. I did say it was a journey into the unknown, and it's very much proving that in spades. But some drivers are making up some significant positions, some making up more than others as we proceed through the race. So now Scott Marsh trying to get on the back foot, well, get off the back foot and try and get back past Ethan Jeff Hall, who's now got past him for 2nd position. But they have been closing in. Aaron Klepsik is losing a little bit of time, but it's through the sheer pace that is being pushed by both Ethan Jeff Hall and Scott Marsh. So we're just over the halfway point. We're just under 5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And Aaron Klepsik did have a significant lead. That lead has been absolutely decimated. And also keep your eyes on Vic Stevens and Enzo Bol in 4th and 5th. They're going at a high rate of knots. And we've got into the 103s, 103.941. That's from Ethan Jeff Hall in 2nd. Gap between him and Aaron Klepsik now drops down to 0.436. And the top 3 covered by just under 0.8 of a second. Drivers moving up the order. Tommy van der Stroys is in 13th and is being followed by Karel Stout. Young Swiss driver, up from 28th to 14th. And setting personal best after personal best. Is into 1:04.1, so on pace with the leader. Just over 3.5 minutes to go. And Bowler Wet in the 2-2-4, completing the top 10. But the skirmish for 4th position continues. Vic Stevens has just been passed by Enzo Bol and has got Leon Zelenko just behind. Stevens returns the favour. Bol has no choice but to go wide, and Zelenko is through. So up towards the crest of the hill once again. It's an impressive sight seeing it from the commentary box. Just the significant elevation changes. It is a bit like Alton Towers, a bit like a roller coaster. You go up and you go down. In this, it's up, down, and you've got the signals now being shown by Vic Stevens to Leon Zelenko, and Enzo Bol just fires it up the inside of the Croatian into the next right-hander. The 2-5-1 will have the inside line, and there goes Vinnie Phillips through, and gives the Brit the opportunity. And just behind them, Tom Bracken is there as well. And there goes Vinnie Phillips. Enzo Bol through on Leon Zelenko. And Enzo Bol just trying to keep it side by side with the 287 from the United Kingdom. And Enzo Bol has lost a handful of positions. Well, I think the thing was, that just goes to show how quick that was actually Tommy van der Struijs just saw there. So Enzo Bol dropped to 8th place. Colin Vajny and Oliver Sander now round out the top 15. We still have 2 minutes to go. There are some drivers pushing like crazy out there. Tommy van der Struijs has just set a personal best. Adam Krepsik is 6 1,000ths away from breaking into the high 1 minute threes. Scott Marsh has done that. Ethan Jeff Hall has done that. So has Mikkel Pedersen. And Pedersen's all the way down in 16th position. It's not been a great couple of races for the Dane, but to have that pace still showing, that's a sign of things to come this year. Oh, that's a bit precarious there. Colin Vajny has just gone off and into the ditch, and that's coming through the approach on the triple right. Colin Vajny taken to safety. He was up quickly out of that. But we head now onto the battle for the lead, and now it's a three-way scrap with 60 seconds to go. Now Adam Krepsik is under significant pressure. It's not just one driver, it's two. Ethan Jeff Hall looking. Krepsik goes defensive. Scott Marsh nearly has the door open. So with 30 seconds on the clock, this is where it comes down to this crunch time. This is the moment where one driver will lay the cards all on the table and take the jackpot. Onto the penultimate lap we go. Krepsik still leads. Jeff Hall and Marsh just behind. Up the hill. Through turn 1 into 2. Now into 3. Through the tight left-hand hairpin. Ethan Jeff Hall is just trying to give some pressure. And he goes for the switch back at the crest of the hill. Goes through. Scott Marsh goes through. Change for first, second and third. Krepsik within a corner. Drops from the lead to third at the drop of a hat. One more lap after this one will decide who is the Junior Rotax Winter Cup champion for 2022. And at the moment, Ethan Jeff Hall is trying to break the toe, not allowing Scott Marsh an opportunity. And Aaron Krepsik fires it up the inside through the second to last corner as we now head on to the last lap. Ethan Jeff Hall leads. Scott Marsh and Aaron Krepsik side by side out of the final corner. Oh, they're rubbing wheels! Not what you want to do. Not what you want to do at all. Oh my goodness me, that was heart in the mouth moment. Smoke was billowing off the sidewalls of the Mojo Racing tyres. And luckily enough, they got away with it, both of them by the skin of their teeth. But that has given the breakaway moment that Ethan Jeff Hall needed as he heads into the left-hander and then onto the back straightaway. And it's getting a bit robust out there. Scott Marsh. Oh, he mounts the back of Aaron Krepsik. Oh my goodness, it came to dramas, it came to blows, and that has given Vic Stevens from Belgium the biggest lifeline. Stevens on course for a podium, but disaster for Scott Marsh, mounting the back bumper of Aaron Krepsik. As I think Boluet's coming into the pits, but out of the final corner, the Junior Rotax Winter Cup winner is Ethan Jeff Hall from the United Kingdom. And the win at the end was by 2.676 seconds ahead of Aaron Krepsik. Vic Stevens rounds out the top three, given a lifeline after drama for Scott Marsh, who finishes down in sixth position behind Vinnie Phillips and Leon Zelenko. Kasper Schormans rounds out the top seven ahead of Tommy van der Stroys. And Karel Stout makes up 19 positions, starting 28th and finishing in 9th ahead of Denmark's Mikkel Pedersen. Austin Lee rounds out the top 11 ahead of Gustav Zusakovs, with Tom Bracken, Oliver Sander and Thomas Ingram Hill rounding out the top 15. Ismael Fuentes Luque, Alexander Horodinsky, Mies Huben, Patrick Lipovics and Maximilian Schreier rounding out the top 20. Thomas Rudokas in 21st ahead of Leandro Fischer. Morgan Knudsen, Harun, Timothy Vladimirov and Alexander Klugel with Tino Sidler rounding out the 27th that finished. And unfortunately, on lap 11, we lost both Enzo Boll and Boluet, and Maxime Sechurko in the 2.35 would only complete 10 laps of racing. Colin Vajny, a precarious moment there on lap number 9. It's now time for our senior Rotax final. 14 minutes plus an additional lap lie ahead of us. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So on the front row, it's Callum Bradshaw and Sean Butcher in the 301 and the 359. Then on row 2, it's David Altlechner in the 365. He's joined by the 391 of Archie Walker. The 374 of Kai Hillertz and the 395 of Kai Hunter. So it's an all-Kai row 3 ahead of Zsombor Kovac and Connor Jupp. Thomas Fleming and Miska Kaskinen complete the top 10. It's Farin Mega and Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez on row number 6. Jules Roussel and Mario Sidler on row 7. Daniel Armstrong, Janis Diak, Linus Henson, Eloy Gonzalez, Vilgot Edquist and Sam Bergstein complete the top 20. Yashiram Jankan starts 21st ahead of Elia Papacena, Mario Novak, Yere Vaiello, Anthony Boulou, Mika Barthélemy, Simon Gaspard, Camille McFarlane. Then we've got Ricard Weg Vargas, Maurice Schmeis, Devin Rost, Matteo Pianizzola, Alexander Abkazava, Edward Matthews, Jaden Thien and Kieran Kay. So after this we will have 2 more races and conclude the action. We start our 2022 season in earnest. So just over a quarter of an hour of racing will decide our senior Rotax Winter Cup champion. Revs rise, we're in the tram lines. Ladies and gentlemen, the senior Rotax final is underway and we're off and racing. There's been a turnaround, oh no, backwards. And someone speared backwards into the barriers and that is Archie Walker. And who else was involved? I think I saw David Altlechner. 2 of the front runners before they'd even got to turn 1, and everyone concertinaed. And 2 drivers, unfortunately, being the ones that ended up on the wrong side of the fence, so to speak. A real shame for those 2. They had been pedaling really well all week. And now it's changed the dynamic. As Sean Butcher challenging Callum Bradshaw for the lead. The 359 from KR Sport was looking on the inside of the 301, going down the back straight away. Kai Hunter rounding out the top 3 positions. Connor Jupp is 4th. 5th is Miska Kaskinen. 6th is Kai Hillertz. Zsombor Kovac is moving across to the right-hand side of the circuit and has got through. I think probably might be behind Hillertz, which is the case. He's gotten away from Thomas Fleming. Alberto Hurtado and Farin Mega. Oh, and someone's gone off, and that was Connor Jupp. Oh my goodness, it was at the crest of the hill and the car just went off. Didn't quite see what happened there, whether there was a bit of robustness involved. And now the 308, that's Jules Roussel up the inside of the 372 of Mario Sidler, and everything's kicking off behind. It's 2 by 2, hurrah. Side by side through the double right, going onto the back straightaway. But Bradshaw and Butcher are moving away into the distance. And now Miska Kaskinen, who started 10th, is now up into 3rd and moving forward and is bringing along Kai Hunter with him for the ride. Connor Jupp is ahead of Kai Hillertz. That's the battle for 5th and 6th. And Hillertz up the inside. Kovac waiting in the wings. A 371 from Hungary. And then Hurtado, Fleming and Megger round out the top 10. So down the hill they go once more. So Rilets had an opportunity, but in the third heat to win a race. So here comes Thomas Fleming up the inside. That's the 390 of Hurtado. Megger's there. Oh my goodness me, Linus Henson trying to go up the inside of Farin Megger. There's Jules Roussel. Mario Sedler will probably be behind Daniel Armstrong right now, which is the case. For this, the endurance factor of 2 races at full pelt, it's over half an hour of high tension, high mental dexterity and also high physical exertion. Callum Bradshaw is keeping about 6/10 away from Sean Butcher as things stand. So we're 4 minutes in to this 14-minute race, and it has been unrelenting. David Outleichner has gotten up into 32nd position and has set the fastest lap of the race. And Archie Walker running down at the back of the field, and he's about 4.8 seconds off of Maurice Schmeis. I would think that there's a black and white warning flag. That's out for Linus Henson in the 309. Now Kovac up the inside of Kai Hunter, who has also in turn been passed by Kai Rilets. And that is Connor Jupp trying to, well, keeping it pinned around the outside of the top of the hill, and Thomas Fleming decides to slot in between the pair of them. So this scrap here is going to be carrying on for a little bit until Connor Jupp decides to put the 335 up the inside through the double right onto the back straightaway on Thomas Fleming. More changes for position. It looks like the favour's been returned, which it has been. Just over 8.5 minutes remaining. It's getting a bit feisty out there. Oh my goodness, Connor Jupp up the inside of Thomas Fleming through turn 1, and Hurtado was there to pick up the pieces and goes up the inside of Connor Jupp into the next left-hander, trying to effect the switchback, but the Spaniard unable to put that through into, well, the theory's good, but the practice is something, doing the practical is something completely different. It's like a driving test. But now things are looking a little bit more interesting at the front as well, amongst with all the battles that we've got up and down the field. Miska Kaskinen has been pretty comparative on pace with Sean Butcher. And they're both running in the mid to high 1 minute 3.3s. As Fleming staying in the wheel tracks of Hurtado. Daniel Armstrong now up into the top 10 and on the last lap set a personal best for 1 minute 3.532. Unfortunately, Mario Sidler has parked the car, it looks like. I think he's out. The Swiss driver out of the race on lap number 5. With just 7.5 minutes to go plus 1 lap. Rilets is keeping Zsombor Kovac at bay. I spoke to his mum Christy yesterday. She said he's having to drive with one hand on the fuel line, and then one hand on the steering wheel. When the fuel leak was noticed, but that just goes to show how these drivers work around these problems, and that was case in point. So we're halfway through this Senior Rotax Winter Cup final, and at the minute, between the top 3, things have pretty much been a bit of a stalemate at the moment. think we could have had a bit of a different complexity at the front of the field had there not been the incident between David Altlechner and Archie Walker. And Walker's come off worse. Mario Sidler is out of the race. It's a real shame for the Swiss driver from JJ Racing. As now Thomas Fleming up the inside of Conor Jupp to take 7th position away from the 335. Altlechner has already made it up to 24th position. Elia Papacena up to 18th. Eloy Gonzalez up to 20th. Mario Novak is making a resurgence. And he's currently in 32nd position. So through the final corner come the leaders. Just keeping an eye on that gap between Kai Hilitz and Zomber Kovac. And it has grown. But then Hurtado and Roussel are battling away. Roussel's up to 9th. Thomas Fleming now up into 7th. And he's been battling away with Conor Jupp for the last few laps. As we have almost 9 minutes of this 14-lap encounter completed. And then we have an additional lap to add on top. Yeah, just keeping an eye on other things as well. Jaden Thien has made it up to 22nd, but is fractionally ahead of David Altlechner, who is moving up the order. Polish driver, based out of Vargoed, is now up to 23rd and climbing. Mika Bartholomew's got past Jirei Vaiello. Yashiram Jankan rounds out the top 15. Black and white warning flag for the 373 of Thomas Fleming. As Bradshaw holding on to a second lead over Sean Butcher. They're both running in the 103.4s. Bradshaw the lower of the 103.4s. Mids for Sean Butcher, but it's fraction is 63 thousandths between the pair on the previous lap. Kieran Kay up to 25th, Matteo Pianizzola up to 27th. Archie Walker's now made some moves in his own right. He's managed to claw 3 positions. Well, he's up up from what was 35th, now up to 32nd, so he's made up 3 places. So I'd imagine that we'll see how he gets on over the next 3.5 minutes plus an additional lap. There could be some good pace in that car, even with what happened. So let's see how the driver from Billericay gets on. And Thomas Fleming is, well, setting personal best, 1 minute 3.385. Currently 3/10 off of Kai Hunter, so he'll go down the hill. So we're coming up to the last 2.5 minutes of senior Rotax action here at the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup here at Circuito Karting Campillos in Andalusia in southern Spain. Just keeping an eye on Miska Kaskinen. Kaskinen is closing the gap to Butcher. Black and white warning flag for the 323. That's Jaden Thien. Down in currently 23rd position at the moment. There's Kai Hunter. And there's Thomas Fleming, not too far behind. Gap has stayed pretty much at a stalemate of around about 1 second between Bradshaw and Butcher. And Miska Kaskinen is trying to get closer to the Brit in second position. So Archie Walker now up into the top 30. He's now gone into 29th position and is going to be closing. He's about a good 0.3 of a second quicker than Sam Bergstein just up ahead. As Miska Kaskinen still trying to close in on Sean Butcher, but that gap has stabilised. And Kai Gillet's going fractionally faster than the Finn in front. And Zsombor Kovac is currently rounding out the top 5. David Outleichner now into the top 20. Has just taken 19th out of off of Elia Papathina. So, the Polish driver about to hit the mid-pack of the field. We head on to the penultimate lap of the race as Callum Bradshaw crossed the line with around 15 seconds remaining. So we look a little bit further back. There's the likes of Jules Roussel in 9th, following the likes of Conor Jupp and Kai Hunter. There's the top 3. Now will make their way onto the back straightaway. As the timer hits 0, Callum Bradshaw leads the way down the back straightaway for the penultimate time. And on this occasion, it's time for the final lap of the race itself. Bradshaw has led comfortably from lights out, and he's less than 1,500 metres away from another accolade to add to his collection. In previous history here on the Euro Trophy, 2 teams have secured the senior Rotax title. The first one was Dan Holland Racing, and for the past 3 years it has been Strawberry Racing with Matilda Olsson. Good to hear from her dad Danny, who said that we are watching. So good to see that you guys are still enjoying it, spectating for a change with what Matilda's doing these days, racing in Porsches. But now down the back straightaway, 2 more corners remain. He won the pre-final, and now he does the double on finals day. Callum Bradshaw takes the senior Rotax Winter Cup crown. Sean Butcher, for the second time in a row, has the runner-up spot. Miska Kaskinen, from 10th on the grid, finishes in 3rd place. But the biggest talking point was the drama on the start. We had dramas for both Archie Walker and also David Outleichner, which effectively eliminated them from the equation. But Callum Bradshaw wins by 0.84 of a second ahead of Sean Butcher, making it a British 1-2. Miska Kaskinen from Finland takes the final step of the rostrum provisionally ahead of Kai Gilets from Belgium. Zsombor Kovac in 5th ahead of Thomas Fleming, Kai Hunter and Conor Jupp, who ran at the top 8, with Jules Roussel and Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez running at the top 10. Daniel Armstrong finishes in 11th position ahead of Farin Mega. Linus Henson, Yashram Jankan and Anthony Boulou complete the top 15. Then it's followed by Eloy Gonzalez Moreno, Mika Barthelemy, David Outleichner recovering to finish in 18th at the flag, Jere Vajelo Luque in 19th, with Elia Papacena completing the top 20. Vilgot Edquist in 21st, ahead of Edward Matthews, Camille McFarlane, then Jaden Thien, Kieran Kay, Simon Gaspard, Archie Walker, Matteo Pianitola, Alexander Abkazava, Sam Bergstein, Mario Novak, Morris Schmeis, Ricards Vargas, Janis Diak and Devin Ross with Mario Sidler retiring on lap number 5. Now we head to the DD2 Winter Cup final here at Circuito Karting Campillos. Let's take you through the starting grid. It's been a run of dominating form from the current defending Grand Finals champion, Martin van Looyen from the Netherlands. Patrick Snols-Lokmelis gave the Dutch driver a little bit of a fright in the pre-final, but will line up once again alongside him on the front row. Ragnar Virus and Maxim Dirks, that is row number 2. Reese Hunter and Vilpiliainen, row 3. Bendit Sabo from Hungary and Andrius Zinkevicius from Lithuania, that's row 4. Completing the top 10, Lawrence Eifried and Canada's Lucas Bernot ran out the top 10. Finch Diak and Devin Sagadi from Germany and Estonia ran at row 6, followed by Jose Barras from Portugal and Yannick Hermann from Germany. Nick Cuppens and Zana Schriblak are up next on row 8, both representing Belgium, with France and Denmark represented on row 9 by Kilian Gerhard and Matthias Jere Jakobsen. Gregorio Bertocco from Italy and Dennis Thiem from Germany complete the top 20. Follow that up with the following drivers. You've then got Stig Riholt from Poland, Lukas Hartmann from Germany, Matis Malinovskis from Latvia, Adrian Bruno-Nosso-Vidal, Justas Pangonis from Lithuania, Karl Borgard, Jan Frost, Tino Egersov, Chinese Taipei's Ethan Ho starting down in 29th ahead of Kasper Siermakowski. Looks like we're going to have a non-starter again in the form of Manis Novicki, with Jaro Dekkers starting at the back of the grid. So this, one more race to go, and then it's done and dusted for the time being. However, the winner of this gets an automatic entry to the full Euro Trophy season, starting at Karting Genk on the penultimate weekend of April. Here we go, revs rise, lights are out, we're off and racing. And Van Leeuwen gets a really good start, so do a lot of the field from the inside. And Virus, and was that Reese Hunter up the inside as well going into turn 1? It's getting a bit close for comfort, a little bit of concertinaing down at the back end of the field. And that is Reese Hunter. What a job from the Brit from Sunderland. As it's 3 up, oh my, heart in the mouth moment there for me. I was nearly lost for words there. 3 wide, up towards the big crest of the hill. And there you go. And now Reese Hunter looking to go up the inside of Ragnar Virus. This is for second on the road, so Reese Hunter has kept a little bit in reserve. This is a Hunter trademark, this is. Waits until the final race and then gives it everything. We know that his team over back in the UK, not only is he a racing driver, he's also a team principal, running Hunter Motorsport out of Warden Law Kart Club in the northeast of the United Kingdom. Van Leeuwen has now got a new challenger. It's not much between the pair of them. 0.268 of a second, but Hunter getting to grips. He's got a lot of experience as Reese Hunter. And now he's dealing with a completely different setup in the form of the fact he's got a gearbox car, or he's got paddles to work with, and also a front and rear braking system. Now, down the straight through the middle of the circuit. And that gap last time around was 0.26. I'm going to hazard a guess it might be a little bit closer than that once we cross the line for lap number for starting lap number 3. Oh, and we've had a bit of a drama. That is for Justas Pangonis from Lithuania. Kart backwards. And yellow flags are out. Hang on, have we got... Ah, right, slow. It's a full course slow down. So So full course yellow looks to have been employed ever so at the moment, whilst they were making sure, and that is just off that ditch where they have the triple right, so that is now slow down. So they cannot be at full racing speed. So that has, oh, right. Shall we add a little bit of Scoville level to the mixture, shall we? Because now we've got it. We're now having to rearrange those barriers. So Pangonis, unfortunately eliminated on lap number 2 of the race. I'm wondering if there was an incident that eliminated the Lithuanians' chances. Now, once the green flag waves is when they can put the hammer down, not before. So at the moment, until it's declared safe, they will not wave the green flag. So the timer will still count down. Full course yellow is employed. So Martin van Leuven is the one that has to control the field and, first of all, set an example. So one of the things these drivers do not want to be is caught out, either napping or they go too early. So we're down to 30 drivers. We've got less than 10 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Ho, 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 ho. You know what? We need a bit of it. We need to have a bit of excitement, and I'm so glad that DD2 are going to now have a chance to go absolutely flat chat, full throttle, go hard or go home, as Matthias Ekstrom always says. Right then, the green flag is being primed. So once that waves, they get to go racing. Here we go, we're up to full speed. Green flag, we're back underway. And now Reese Hunter is going to go for it. I bet your bottom dollar, Martin van Leuven is going to get a bit of a fright. He's been the man to beat all week long. Pole position in time qualifying. Won all 3 heats. Won the pre-final. And now it's going to be a case of what happens next. So we are under full racing conditions. Van Leuven has already started pulling away from Reese Hunter. That was something surprising. But Hunter knows how to manage the situation. Reese Hunter was actually pretty much very dominant at the Euro Golden Trophy just before the Grand Finals at Karting Genk, and he also won the International Trophy at Le Mans. And he's also had British Championships to his name as well. Now making a move up to DD2 over here in Europe. But he says he said to me earlier on this week, he said, I'm really, really enjoying it. It's a different challenge, but it's good nevertheless. And that's a promising sign. So let's see how close he gets. And Kasper Siedmatkowski down in 23rd position has set the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 2.728. Gap between first and second last time around, as we're about to hit the halfway point, was 0.352 seconds between first and second position. Across the line as we hit the halfway mark, gap nearly up to half a second between first and second position. Bagnaveris rounds out the top 3. Maxime Dedix from Belgium not too far behind, and on the last lap closed in by about 1/10 of a second. Lokmelis, who was giving Van Leeuwen a little bit to think about earlier on in the pre-final today. Rounds out the top 5. Ville completes the top 6 ahead of Ended Sabel. Lawrence Seyfried running in 8th position ahead of Kilian Gerhardt, with Finn Stiak completing the top 10 as we go into the last 6.5 minutes. And Seyfried now has 494 as Kilian Gerhardt running under the running on one of the EOS chassis, I think with an Orange Concept livery. Orange Concept run by Morgan Riche, who came back to the grand finals last year after winning the Golden Trophy and did exactly what Martin Van Leeuwen did. Took the grand finals title in the process. So 5 3/4 minutes to go. There's Gerhardt. And, oh, it is. There's Nick Cuppens. Oh, good to see him up there. He's up to 13th. And I cannot believe... Right, I'm going to say this. He's ahead of Zana Schurblack, and he's chasing down Gregorio Bertocco from Italy in the 4:16. That's for a genuine 13th position on the road. As a few other drivers here, the 4:14 of Latvia's... right. Hang on a second. We've got another slow zone, and we've got another kart off. Well, there's the barriers, and that's just off of, I think, turn 3. So, full course yellow employed again for the second time this race. Right, I do see a driver off of Marshall post number 6. That is Lawrence Seyfried. So once again, for the second time this race, we've got a full course yellow neutralising proceedings. So it brings everyone back to square one. Do not pass go. Do not collect €200. No get out of jail free card. Well, this might give an opportunity for those that are in a prime position. And for the second time, Reese Hunter is closer to the leader once again. Now, Hunter started on the inside of row number 3 and managed to get into second before turn 1. So, full course yellow is still being employed. So no overtaking, slowing down. Until the cart is safely out of the way, they cannot retract the full course yellow. So until that point happens, they get the cart out of racing line, and I have seen the kart from my vantage point. Good thing is, good to see Lawrence Seyfried on his feet. So, take 2 with regards to a restart. Now this time, Reese Hunter has to take advantage of the situation as best he can, because the green flag is being prepared. Once that waves, we're back under full racing speed. Okay, right, now it waves. Throttles go down. We're back underway under green flag racing conditions into turn 1 for another time here. Now we're into lap number 11, and Van Leeuwen again gets a lightning start. Reese Hunter this time, and so does Ragnar Virus and Maxim Dirix. They also respond accordingly. 2 minutes to go plus an additional lap. I think it's the minute that Van Leeuwen actually opens up the taps on that thing. he starts pulling away quite quickly. So the package that he's got, the Kart Republic chassis, and being fielded by Sheepers Racing, it seems to be a dynamite combination. 90 seconds to go plus an additional lap. He just needs to keep looking forward. Concentrate until he sees that checkered flag. Because no one, and considering the fact that this is Reese Hunter's first time in a DD2 kart, and for him to already be where he is now, at the right place, at the right time, you know, a good shout there, really. Plus, he's got plenty of experience. He runs his own team. Now has to get to grips with a different kart. But third place could be up for grabs here, because Ragnar Veres has got incoming salvo fire winging his way, and Maxim Dirix tries to go up the inside of the Estonian through the left-hand hairpin. And now we have a little bit of a fight on our hands, don't we? And Dirix has Lockmelis in tow into the second from last corner. Veres goes defensive. Dirix thinks better of it. And Lockmelis is now swarming over the back of the Belgian, coming out of the final corner. Villiainen's there, Zarbo's there, Jakobsen's there as well. 10 seconds on the clock. We go on to the we now go onto our penultimate lap of the weekend for these drivers. And Dirix might have another opportunity if he gets close enough to Ragnar Veres. Art Deco race helmet there for the 499. So we have a bit more of some drivers up in the ante. Maxim Dirix looking to do that, but Ragnar Veres is putting it defensive once again. Lockmelis is waiting. Villiainen is there too. It's about who has got the biggest bravado, who's got the most amount of intestinal fortitude. I haven't used those two words all weekend long. There we go. Dirix now has one more lap to try and get past Ragnar Veres, who instantly goes on the defensive. Dirix to the outside. Lockmelis waiting. Villiainen, Savo. Jere Jakobsen is there. Also got Gregorio Bertocco, Kilian Guerin, and just on the fringes of outside of the top 10 is Nick Kuppens. Lucas Hartmann is also retired after lap number 9. The final lap is fast coming to its inevitable conclusion, and the checkered flag is being prepared. And I think the celebrations, if they are early, they're 100% warranted, because this individual has deserved it all. Pole position in time qualifying, winning all 3 heats, and it's a 100% success ratio as Martin van Leeuwen comes out of the final corner, and he wins in DD2 here at the Winter Cup by nearly 1.6 seconds ahead of Reese Hunter and Ragnar Veres, rounding out the top 3 overall. Patrick Snolls Lockmelis completes the top 4 ahead of Maxim Dirix from Belgium, but Martin van Leeuwen takes the win. And it might mean the fact that he might have to wear Rick Driesen's overalls after all. It might have been a bit of a good luck charm, but he takes the victory from Reese Hunter. Ragnar Veres rounds out the podium provisionally ahead of Patrick Snolls Lockmelis, Maxim Dirix, Ville Villiainen, Bendit Sabo, Matthias Jere Jakobsen, Gregorio Bertocco, Kilian Guerin rounding out the top 10. Rounding out the top 20, it's Nick Kuppens, Zana Shriblak, Matis Malinovskis, Jose Barros, Devin Sagadi. Canada's Lucas Pernod rounds out the top 16 ahead of Kasper Siemiatkowski. Then we've got Andreas Zinkiewicz, Dennis Thiem, and Tino Egersov rounding out the top 20. Edrun Plunonosa Vidal, Carl Borgard, Yannick Hermann, Jaro Deckers, Stig Rieholt, Ethan Ho, Finch Tiak, and Jan Frost round out the 28 that finished. Unfortunately, retirements for Lucas Hartmann on lap 9, Lawrence Seyfried lap 7 after an incident, and Justus Pangonis after lap 2. We're now down to our 29th and final race of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup here at Karting Campillos in Andalusia in Spain. And to close out the show, it is DD2 Masters. Let's have a look at your starting grid. So on pole position, following what happened post-race after the pre-final, it's going to be Jonathan Wimont that is going to be starting from pole position this time. Bruno dos Santos will line up, so it's an all-French front row. Martina Stankiewicz will start from the inside of row number 2, and we'll have the Netherlands' Christophe Adams alongside. Prit Sai from Estonia and Jimmy Chaumier ran out the top 6 positions ahead of Karl Klibor and Andreas Neumann representing Belgium and Germany respectively. Then it is Christophe Capitain and Rodrigo Pinilos that completes the top 10. Maxim Shaposhnikov from Russia, Renis Fries and Rudy Champion complete the grid. And it was with regards to Rudy Champion being demoted to the back of the grid, it was down to a decision by the stewards that had an investigation. Champion was promptly excluded, so we'll start from the back of the field. Expect a charge forward from the 504. Oh, now someone went off on the dust. I didn't quite catch who that was, and that was going down the straight through the middle of the track. So someone had a big off, and it kicked up a lot of dust. Can't exactly see whose side pods or tyres are dirty at the moment from my vantage point here at the commentary box on the start-finish straight. So, one more race, one last hurrah. 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Revs rise, in the tram lines we go. Lights out and racing. And it's down to the first corner. The run is going to be completed first of all by Jonathan Wimont, who's got Stankiewicz from Lithuania just going up the inside of Bruno dos Santos through the first corner. Now Prit Sai up into 3rd place, Karl Klibor up into 4th. They're all battling for a step on the podium. The top 2 will give those drivers respective prizes. The winner will get a full season pass into the Euro Trophy this year to all 4 rounds, and the runner-up will get a chance to race at the International Trophy at Le Mans. Stankiewicz is hungry for that victory. And already, just keeping an eye on Rudy Champion, he's already up into, I think, well, he's halfway through the field is Rudy Champion. He's just getting past, I think, Christophe Adams, if memory serves. Yep, that's right, Christophe Adams. And now, Stankiewicz is going towards the inside of Wimont, going into the approach into turn 1, and the Lithuanian hits the curbs, but manages to keep it pinned and gets through. And now takes the lead on the commencement of lap 2 here of the race. Prit Sai not too far behind. Top 4 covered by 0.7, rounded out by Karl Klibor. Bruno dos Santos not too far adrift, but Rudy Champion might have, or is very shortly going to be catching a couple of the drivers in front. So he's currently in 7th, so he's nearly halfway through the field. And we're only a minute and 40 into the race itself. It's closing on Christophe Capitain, but Martina Stankiewicz showed what was possible in the pre-final. Managed to get himself into 3rd place and could have had 2nd, could have been on the front row. I think he probably thought, well, I'm better off staying on the right-hand side of the grid. And now Top four covered by 6.5 tenths. Champion trying to get past Christophe Capitain and is about 2 tenths off. And Champion set the fastest lap of the race. Nice move there from Carl Clebot to jump up into third position past Britsai. Dos Santos is with them. So is Capitain, so is Champion. As they go down the hill. Very closely competitive set of drivers here this time. And there's fire and brimstone everywhere. Go down the back straight away. Across the line they go once again. And Tankevicius has started cantering away into the distance. He's like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof, is the Lithuanian. He's over 3/4 of a second clear of Jonathan Wimore. 10.5 minutes still to go. The Lithuanian looks to be extending that lead. So into the hairpin, pit side closing under braking to the back bumper of the 506 of Belgium's Carl Clebot. This is the battle for the final step of the rostrum. 4 minutes down, 10 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. As they hurtle their way across the start-finish line. It's getting a bit closer now, so it's Clebot, Dos Santos, Britsai, Christophe Capitain, and Rudy Champion. And then we've got, I think we did see, I did briefly see Rudy Champion, then Christophe Adams not too far adrift. So that's 3rd to 8th position. That is a total of 6 drivers that are in contention for the final step of the rostrum. Christophe Capitain will try and hold off Rudy Champion as much as possible. But with 5 minutes of the race completed, 9 to go, anything's possible. And Rudy Champion has shown before in previous races, I've seen him racing the International Trophy. He came back from a devastating heat race incident in the heat stages at the International Trophy, came back to win the race in the final when it counted the most, and booked his ticket to the Grand Finals last year, but really not able to make it to Bahrain. And there's a move there from the 504 from Rudy Champion on Christophe Capitain. Over the crest, and now Champion, who isn't actually setting the fastest laps out there. He's currently running in a 1:03.7 or a 1:03.8. Now, Tankevicius is running consistently in the 1 minute 3.1s. So a significant difference in terms of the pace. But we are just under 60 seconds away from hitting the halfway mark on the timer counting down. It's getting a bit close between Bruno Dos Santos, who has been caught by Carl Clebot, and at the moment Dos Santos is hemorrhaging time behind Jonathan Wimore, who is about 1.9 seconds up the road, who in turn is 1.6 seconds behind Martinas Tankevicius from Lithuania. So the Lithuanian has made sure he was in the right place at the right time and is pulling away. Champion, up until the pre-final, did have a 100% success rate, but unfortunately that went out the window once the exclusion occurred and put him right on the back foot. As there are some moves being made, and there has been a move. Pritsai versus Carl Clebor. Now here comes Rudy Champion. Champion right in the slipstream, going into turn one, into the right-hander that takes them up the first part of the hill. Champion will wait and see when his line of opportunity presents itself, because now that's him past Christophe Capitain. Down the hill they go again. 6 minutes plus an additional lap still to go of the race event. Martina Stankovic has checked out. 119 seconds ahead of Jonathan Wimont. Here is the battle a little bit further back. It's for 5th position backwards, so 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. That's Clebor, Champion, Capitain and Adams. As Adams brings the old school of send up the inside of Christophe Capitain on the second to last corner. That was a lovely bit of manoeuvring there by the 555 from the Netherlands. Christophe Adams has actually won the Grand Finals twice. Once as a DD2 Masters driver and also as a Max Masters driver. And Max Masters still being competed in across parts of the globe. I think Christophe Adams actually at one point, he went to RMC Rotax Max Challenge South America. Ended up going to Buenos Aires in Argentina of all places to try and qualify. And that was for the 2020 Grand Finals that were due to go to Bahrain that year, but obviously because of the COVID-19 pandemic, it got delayed, relocated to Portugal, and then got cancelled altogether before we ended up in Bahrain last year. Rudy Champion now closing in on Carl Clebor. That's for 5th position with 4 minutes and 20 still remaining on the clock, plus an additional lap. And not been a good day. Well, it's not a good end to the weekend for Rodrigo Pinilos, who is 17.6 seconds away from the leader. And Stankovic is being rather ruthless here right now, and the reason being is that the lap times are anywhere between 1 minute 3.1, mid 1 minute 3.1, and a low 1 minute 3.3. So this is where it all comes down to how much lap time can you put through, and we'll just see how it happens as such. So we head into the last 3 1/4 minutes of the race and also of the weekend. These drivers, a lot of them have actually been here pretty much all week. Those that have come here closer to the weekend, some drivers do have full-time employment, but they still come to enjoy the purity of racing here in Rotax. And the gap consistently expanding. So now Pritsai is starting to pull away from those behind, including Carl Clebor, as we head into the last couple of minutes. And now Rudy Champion fancies an opportunity, maybe getting into the top 5 with a couple of minutes remaining. And see if we can get past Karl Klebor in the dying stages of the race. Down the straight through the middle of the circuit they go. And Klebor looks over his right shoulder, sees where Rudy Champion is. So 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go. Not 1 hour there, Alex. Get your words out right. It's been a long weekend. There we go. That's my excuse. But we're into the last 60 seconds of the race itself. And Rudy Champion trying to close in on Karl Klebor, but hasn't been able to facilitate that. We still have all 13 drivers out on circuit, and the man of the moment, Martinas Tankevicius from Lithuania, in 5:33, is free and clear. The gap last time round ahead of France's Jonathan Wimor is 3.649 seconds, and I think it could be further extended. We go on to the penultimate lap of the race weekend. And Tankevicius puts in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 2.845. Gap now extends to 4.2 seconds. Dos Santos still on the cusp of a podium. Pritsai still holding station. The Estonian still rounding out the top four ahead of Karl Klebor. Rudy Champion is closer as the timer has officially expired. 14 minutes have elapsed. One more lap, 1,580 meters of Circuito Karting Campillos here in Campillos in Andalusia in southern Spain brings the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup to its inevitable conclusion. And a little bit later on this afternoon, we'll crown our Winter Cup champions, give away around about to the value of 30,000 euros worth of prizes for drivers on the podium. There we go, final lap of the meeting. Tankevicius goes up the hill. The 5:33 from Lithuania has done the job when it matters the most. Rudy Champion was the driver that I was mainly talking about. But there was a glimmer, there was a sign of life springing in through during the pre-final from this driver here. Down the straight, through the middle of the track for one more time. There's the other two drivers, two French drivers, and it's Jonathan Wimor and Bruno Dos Santos this time. And Christophe Adams has got past Rudy Champion in the meantime. However, we turn our attention to Lithuania's number 533. Martinas Tankevicius comes out of the final corner and takes the checkered and wins the DD2 Masters Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup crown in fine style by nearly 4.9 seconds. Jonathan Wimor and Bruno Dos Santos bring it home for France. And they'll be representing their nation proudly, second and third on the podium. Pritsai from Estonia completes the top four, ahead of Karl Klebor from Belgium in fifth. Christophe Adams takes home a sixth place finish in the final, ahead of Rudy Champion, who was on the back foot the minute we went lights out earlier on, just about 15 and a bit minutes ago. Christophe Capitan in 8th, Jimmy Chaumier in 9th, with Andreas Neumann from Germany completing the top 10. Renis Freys from Sweden in 11th, Maxim Shaposhnikov from Russia, and Rodrigo Pinilos completing the field. All 13 drivers making it to the checkered. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. 150 drivers from over 20 different nationalities have taken part in the return to southern Spain, the return of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup here at Circuito Karting Campillos. Firstly, we have to say a big thank you to the entire team led by Martin Roivers here at Circuito Karting Campillos, the whole marshalling crew, the safety team. We'd like to say a big thank you to the teams and the drivers for making the trip out here. We'd like to thank everyone at home for watching, and we'll see you very soon when the Rotax Max Euro Trophy goes kicking and screaming at full throttle into the first round of the championship, Karting Genk, the penultimate weekend of April. Until then, my name's Alex Goldschmidt, and on behalf of the promoters and organisers, Camp Company GmbH, and our timing at MW Race Consulting, thank you very much. See you soon. Goodbye.